Hello, Assalamualaikum. Boleh dengar ke?
Saya boleh dengar jelas.
Waalaikumsalam. Boleh.
Okey. Kita mulakan sekejap lagi. Pukul 9.
Ada makan ke?
Okey, bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh dan salam sejahtera kepada semua yang menyertai webinar pada hari ini. Alhamdulillah, hari ini merupakan hari pertama webinar anjuran Cidl. Sebelum program ini berlangsung, diminta kerjasama yang berbahagia Profesor Dr. Tuan Puan untuk sentiasa memastikan mikrofon berada di dalam mode mute sepanjang webinar ini berlangsung. Jika terdapat sebarang soalan yang ingin diajukan kepada para penceramah, boleh menulis di ruangan chat atau unmute mikrofon anda. Untuk makluman semua, bagi link webinar, link kehadiran pada program ini hanya akan dibuka selama 10 minit sahaja pada setiap penghujung slot sesi webinar pada hari ini. Dan para peserta diminta mengisi borang kehadiran bagi setiap slot yang dihadiri. Baiklah, untuk makluman semua yang berbahagia Profesor Teknologis Dr. Hajah Roziah Mohamad Janor, Timbalan Naib Chancellor Akademik dan Antarabangsa tidak dapat bersama kita pada pagi ini. Oleh itu, marilah kita mendengar rakaman video ucapan aluan daripada yang berbahagia Prof TNCA.
Audio tak ada, Lina.
Sekejap. Hello.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and a very good morning. It gives me a great pleasure to welcome all participants to the Cidl webinar series 2021. Cidl stands for Center for Innovative Delivery and Learning Development, has officially launched by Yang Berbahagia Datuk Chancellor on the 5th September 2020. Cidl, a center that provides comprehensive learning activity dedicated to academic staff in quest for advancing their educational achievements. Our goal and the purpose of the education system is to equip our graduates holistically to allow them to succeed in the 21st century with the opportunities and challenges that this new era presents. Collaborative group, or in short CG, work under the supervision of the head of delivery and learning development. Deliver the best delivery solutions and appropriate learning technologies to interested academics. This year, CIDL have 17 CGs that will set the direction and manage the project that are conceptualized and conducted within the stipulated period before delivery and learning solution are rolled out for university consumption. One of the CGs are CG, Alternative Assessment of e-Portfolio, CG, Teaching Collaboration, CG for 360 degrees video learning, CG for gamification, CG blockchain, CG for virtual learning, CG for design thinking, CG for MOOC, CG for inclusive education, CG for virtual reality, CG for open and distance learning ODL, CG makerspace, CG for social media, and CG smart classroom, CG data analytics, CG for global learning, and CG for Internet of Things. The main purpose is to nurture minds that are focused on acquiring knowledge, simply put, to produce individuals who are progressive thinkers and who love learning, as well as individuals that possesses all the right core values and beliefs. I hope that this CIDL webinar series will further stimulate the thinking and the innovation needed to provide better understanding of the importance of sustainability in education. I would like to express my sincere appreciation to all the participants for your commitment in attending this webinar series and the organizing committee in making CIDL Webinar Series 2021 a success. This series creates the momentum to transform the present for a better future and to cultivate new ideas for the prosperity and progress of the whole of humanity. I wish all participants every success, and I hope you will benefit tremendously out of this webinar series. On that note, and in the name of Allah, the merciful, beneficent, most merciful, I hereby officiate the CIDL Webinar Series 2021. Thank you.
Baiklah, tanpa melengahkan masa, saya menjemput Dr. Zainuddin Ibrahim, Ketua Pembangunan Penyampaian dan Pembelajaran untuk memulakan sesi pada pagi ini.
Okay, bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Terima kasih Dina. Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alamin. Salatu wassalamu ala ashrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Assalamualaikum and very good morning to all of you. I won't talk much. I won't talk so long sebab semua everybody are waiting for the session actually. So don't worry. I just take some time actually to mention our program today and actually for the whole event. So basically our mission for this webinar series is to help the academic staff to improve or enhance the delivery. I know most of you already enhance your delivery, but somehow there are scope for improvement. So we believe that we can help for you, we help you to enhance the delivery even better. Why? Because the academic staff has significant responsibility to ensure sufficient learning experiences. We believe we have our own responsibility, so we need to make sure all the students learn better. How? Okay, let me help you. Okay, we have 17 CGs. Actually, what a big important things that I want to share with you today is consider my 17 years working with UITM. So this is quite a lucky number to me, 17 CGs together with me to help every academic staff in UiTM to improve our learning delivery. So actually, even better if we make it singular number. 1 plus 7 is 8 still. Infinity is a good number. Actually, may Allah bless us. So hopefully every session that we have, every learning that we try to improve can affect the student. So today we have a 4th session, which is our Associate Professor T.S. Dr. Syamsul for Alternative Assessment, Associate Professor Dr. Anealka for Teaching Collaboration, Collaboration Teaching, Dr. Airil Haimi for 360 video learning, and Dr. Prasanna Ramakrisnan for CG Gamification. Tomorrow, we have Associate Professor T.S. Dr. Mohamad for Social Media. We have Siti Rozana Ismail for Smart Classroom. We have Associate Professor T.S. Dr. Haslinda for Big Data Analytics. We have Nadia Datuk Haji Tantawi for Global Learning. Third day, we have T.S. Dr. Nur Hafiza for Blockchain, Siti Fatia for Virtual Learning, Associate Professor Dr. Shariman for Design Thinking, Siti Suhaida for CG Mohd, T.S. Dr. Roslinda for Inclusive Education. And the last day, we have Mohamad Hisham Johari for Virtual Reality. We have Annie Arniza for ODL, Dr. Siti Azma for CG Makerspace, and the last one, Associate Professor T.S. Dr. Zulkifli for Internet of Things. But don't miss our closing speech by Professor Dr. Hajah Haji alias our Director of Academic Development. So, what do you need to do? First step, I think you need to go to our CIDL website. Okay, we have a lot of information in this website, including our social media link. So hopefully you can subscribe our social media, because we upload or we update every single information into our social media. So somehow kalau you tak like ataupun you tak follow, so some notification will be missed. So most of the important information not delivered well. So I hope you click and you subscribe, or you follow our Twitter, our Facebook, our Instagram, so we can keep connected. All right. Next is please join all the session, because each CG has their different unique kind of approach. So don't miss. If you can make it for 17 CGs, please do. Please do so. Hopefully, you can get something. You can get something. So our webinar platform we run through WebEx platform, but don't worry if you are have problem connection with the internet. So maybe we can go slightly using live streaming, but just go to the social media to get the link, or you can pass to the members as well to look into the link. Actually, the easiest link we can remember bit.ly/CIDL_live. That is our link. But you can easily get the link through the social media. By that, thank you. I think we pass to the first CG. I pass to the Lina. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Zainuddin. Sekarang saya menjemput Profesor Madya Teknologis Dr. Syamsul Nur Azlan Mohamad, CG Alternative Assessment and e-Portfolio, bagi meneruskan program pada pagi ini.
Alright, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Lina. Thank you, Dr. Zainuddin. Alhamdulillah, thank you for all who coming and joining us for today. Alhamdulillah, and we are pleased and welcome to all of you, because of you spend your time to listen some of the part introductory of the CG. And today, inshallah, my name is Syamsul Nur Azlan bin Mohamad, under CG Alternative Assessment and e-Portfolio, inshallah. All right, so let me to share what is actually the CG Alternative Assessment and e-Portfolio is all about. All right, so let me to share with you my presentation for today. All right, Alhamdulillah. Since the establishment of CG alternative assessment and e-portfolio on September 2020, I think that we do a lot of activity, and for sure that most of the I think that there's some echo from Kamaru Anwar. Please, can you mute your? All right. Okay, thank you. All right. So I think that the CG alternative assessment and e-portfolio quite aggressive last year because of we try our best to make sure that facilitates the lecturers with a lot of workshop to ensure that all the lecturers are ready on the sense of doing their alternative assessment and how to make sure that they can produce a very high quality in preparing their assessment for their classes. All right. So before I start with my content of delivery for today, I would like to share with you there are one video about the CG alternative assessment and e-portfolio. The increasing interest in new sources of data for personalizing and profiling the learning experience, formative and summative assessment are seldomly stand-alone in assessing learnings and learner performance. For learners, educators, and researchers, assessment as learning analytics is already starting to provide crucial insight into student progress through accessibility, engagement, experience, and the ultimate one is the innovation of knowledge. Alternative and innovative assessment is more interactive way in measuring student knowledge, skills, and ability, and also have a potential to change how we measure learning and delivery. The new paradigm of assessment is looking at the capability of diagnosing, interpreting descriptively in quantitative and qualitative reasoning, also predicting the learning behavior for the quality improvement in teaching, learning, and assessment. In the destructive in advancement of technology, destructive in education, we also need to prepare ourselves for the incoming destructive we call as a destructive pedagogy. Assessment as learning analytics to ensure that we can overcome issues and challenges in education. Welcome to the CG Alternative Assessment and e-portfolio. If learning acts as an exploration, then the technology equips the explorer for the journey of lifetime. All right. I think that I would like to start the presentation with the quotes. The assessment is the gatekeeper of the graduate competency and the university quality assurance. I think that we do believe that we conduct our teaching and learning, but we sure that we also have the assessment that we need to take care. And that's the reason why that I said the assessment is the gatekeeper, because of this is how do you measure the graduate competency through our learning outcomes, and how to ensure that by looking at how good we are can produce our assessment, and these are the benchmark to ensure that whether the university can provide the high quality of the graduates or not. So having that CG, all right, for today content, all right, so I think that I will separate into five chapters. Okay, chapter number 1, we look on the introductions to CG teams. All right, number 2, CG Compass. Number 3, ecosystems. Number 4, the activity for 2020 and also the activity for 2021. So what is going to be happen for the 2021? What kind of activity? What kind of workshop that we will provide to ensure that the academic staff can join us and also can get some experience through the CG alternative assessment and e-portfolio. So by having that, for sure, I'm not alone. I have my team to support me. And this team has actually worked about a year, not only providing the training, but also develops the modules and also start to collaborate with the faculty and campus, and each members have their own strength and also the capability looking at assessment in the different view of practice. So we have Puan Siti Hajah Aznam, the team members from Faculty of Film, Theatre, Animations also, and her expertise more on the performance-based assessment. So we also have TS Roziah to Hamimah Abdul Hamid from the Faculty of Computer and Mathematical Sciences. So I think that she more towards on the expertise on the using of technology and in assessments. And also we have Dr. Nadia Hani Nazlan, the team member from the Faculty of Hotel and Tourism Management, also as a head of assessment and evaluation development at academic assessment and evaluation divisions. And also we have Puan Siti Nur Amalina. This is one these team members far away from us, from UITM Bukit Besi, all right, Terengganu, and she from Faculty of Mechanical Engineering. So I think that I'm just the only one man here. So I think that I hope that someone want to join the CG Alternative Assessment, please let me know. Maybe you can be part of this team. So I think that so far we work, 5 of us work together to develop everything. So to develop the models, to develop the trainings, and also to make sure that every single staff have the experience going through all of our activity. So what is our compass? So why do we initiate the alternative assessment and e-portfolio? Why it was so important? So I think that we need to understand how does we can get aligned with all the policies, and also what is the university agenda to ensure that at the end of the day, we achieve what we want from the CG. So we start with the national education philosophy, whereas we are looking at how we can produce our graduates with the competence, with the knowledgeable, and also the high morals. So by having said that, to ensure that we understand the importance of knowledge, the importance of competency, and also the high morals, this is how we use the assessment and evaluation to measure their competency. So meaning that we need to assess them. We need to understand what is the needs, what is the learning outcome that enable us to see what are the dimensions of the skill set that required by our graduates. And from the national education philosophy, we understand that we also have the policy from national education's blueprint, all right, in higher education 2015-2035, in which in the initiative of A2, looking at the integrated assessments. So meaning that the now assessment is not just looking at the importance of knowledge, but also we are looking at the competency, the soft skill, the skill set that let the students to be more resilient, to be more responsible, to be more critical, in the sense of to prepare them with the real world situations. And we are so very grateful because of from the extraction from the national education philosophy, the national education blueprints, we have the outcome-based education in which we can see how good our students been developed by having a very systematic frameworks. And also this is how the assessment play important role to make sure that how can we construct the valids, the reliables, the fairness, and also the consistency and the integrity of the assessment. So this is how we should react, and also we need to understand the importance of the assessment. And we have to agree that the incoming of MQF 2.0 with a various skill set, that I think that there are 3 learning outcome trigger into the cognitive, one for the practical skills. Most of it is the affective domain, in which we need to ensure that all the soft skills need to be measured. So this is how the alternative assessment address all of this issue. And the MQF 2.0 is a very comprehensive frameworks that enhance the quality of the students. So by having the national education philosophy, the NEB, the outcome-based education, and also the MQF 2.0, we also have the education 4.0 at UITM, in which not only to understand what is the gist the books, but also to have some kind of culture and also the mindset looking at the different perspective on the assessment. So if you can read at the Education 4.0 at UITM at pillar number 2, delivery and also delivery and assessment, innovative delivery and assessment, the contents, the primary aim is to make sure that there is some kind of shifting from teaching into learning. They're kind of shifting into from conventional into the new way of assessment, and it's required us to have some kind of mindset. So this is very important. And how to drive all of this by having the UITM key initiative from our strategic action planning. So how do we want to make sure that the CG alternative assessment and e-portfolio can run our business? So I'm putting here there are 5 elements to make sure that we can achieve the UITM key initiative. This is not this is just a small portion of the big agenda, all right? But it was so significant because of all the lecturers. I think that they need to understand this, all right? So number 1 is we want to establish the concepts of assessment beyond the classroom. So I do believe that the ODLs, the MCO give us so much what we call effect in our teaching and learning. So I think that we start to believe that the assessment not only to have a paper pencil setting, but we agree that the assessment can beyond than that. And when we talk about beyond than that, we're supposed to make sure that how can we support and enhance the academic staff competency, and we try to provide the best solution and also the best what we call the best module to ensure that all the lecturers able at least to use that knowledge for their courses, all right? And having said that, we also try our best to promote the alternative assessments and also try our best to promote the evidence base of learning. And sooner or later, we're gonna have our online resources and assessment tools to help all the lecturers. So all of this information will be part under BPPA at uitm.edu.my. So, and yes, instead of looking at the mastery of knowledge, we are looking at a different perspective of assessment. We are looking at the holistic assessment in which we are focus on the performance-based assessment. How can we personalize the assessment, profiling, authentic, and also the flexibility. And this required us to see the dimensions of character building, all right, the real problem solutions on how does the assessment can be contextualized and also can be transformed from content into the context and let them to face the real situations of doing their assignment. And when you start to provide with the real problems, I do believe that the student try their best to reflect their thinking and also start to create their own meaningful learning. And inshallah, what we want to ensure that the entrepreneur mindset, meaning that how can the students become the risk taker, how can student involve in decision making, and how does the students can shift their way of thinking into to become more dynamic and also to be more competent, all right? So, and if we reflect on the future ready curriculums, I do believe that I think that most of us have seen this framework. And one of the pillars is focused on the alternative, on the assessment, in which the alternative assessment, because of what? Because of we believe that inshallah incoming with the micro credential, with the on-demand, with the real-time assessment and the use of social media, I do believe that not only teaching and learning also need to be transformed, but the assessment also get along together to ensure that the teaching, learning and assessment is transforming together to make sure that the students gains the different learning experience through the assessment. All right. So assessment and evaluation beyond classroom. So that's the gist of why the Education 4.0 looking at on how we reorientate our assessments beyond the standardized test. And I do believe that we don't have our final examination about 2 semesters, and we start to adjust to adapting our new culture, having the alternative assessment. And this is how we establish our evidence base of learning, and we start to think on the intuitive technology adaptive approach in measuring the learning outcomes. So as I said before, all right, we do believe that the evidence base of learning give us and provide us a lot of benefits. And for sure, the data driven also is very important, because we do believe when we have our 14 weeks of teaching and learning, all right, so we also have the data that we can collect. And there are three approach that we can use to get the data. We can apply our assessment as assessment for and also assessment of learning, to ensure that we can gain the data, and also we can use the data to improve our delivery and also the assessment. And we also believe that assessment and evaluation beyond the classroom also allow us to engage students with the experiential learning. So I think that we don't just only looking at how much the content can be delivered, but also we want to ensure that how much the learning experience also can be shared with the students, and also the student gain the knowledge from there. And I think that recently we also established our teaching collaborative policy. All right. So there are a few models. All right, models 5, 6, and 7 focus on the interdisciplinary assessment, and this is how we can synergize our assessment within departments, within faculties, also within the university, to ensure that we can explore the new potential of assessment. And I do believe that some of us talking about the big data, but in the social sciences perspective, we are looking on the learning analytics on how the students behave, and how the students react. And we start to understand what is their learning preferences, what are their learning styles, what are their technology affordance, and also what are their social economic, to ensure that we can simulate all of this data, and also give us some kind of insight on how can we adjust our teaching and learning. So I think that when we talk about assessment, it's not at the end of the semesters and we think about what is the intervention we need to be done for the next coming of the semesters. We can also do our interventions during the weeks. So how best we are, and also how ready we are to ensure that we use all of this data, and also allow us to do some kind of adjustment that fits with that kind of period of time. This is what we call the real-time based assessment. So how can you utilize the real based time of assessments? Not only used for grading, but also you can use a feedback. You can use what we call a checklist. We can use any tools to ensure that you can improve your teaching and learning situations. All right. So I think that most of you maybe heard about it. I think, okay, because of now we are restructuring our bahagian penilaian akademik into bahagian pentaksiran dan penilaian akademik. So if you listen before this, if you heard about it before this, you could relate the bahagian penilaian akademik with the exam management, but since 1 February, the roles, the function, and the scopes of BPA change, and also we rebrand the names into the new names, bahagian pentaksiran and also penilaian akademik. So if you can see the structure of the ecosystem that we provide to ensure that the assessment and the evaluation can be happen and also can be materialized by looking at, we put the CG under the heads of assessment and evaluation developments to ensure that all the trainings can be synced, can be delivered in the good manner. So I do believe that the CG alternative assessment team member play an important role to ensure that all the initiative can be run as what we plan. Okay, so This is our CG activity for 2020. So there are lots of workshop, but I categorize the workshop into 5 themes. All right, we have our innovative assessment for higher education. So we have quite several of workshops. This is among of our popular workshops at ILD. So we also have the e-portfolio in educations. For this 2021, we already run the first workshops in February. We also have the workshop on curating great learning experience and assessments, best practice, ODL assessment, and designing open book exam. I do believe that we are in the transitions of from final test or final examination into open book exam. We also have this workshop, and also we can facilitate the faculty and campus on how to design the best open books exam or test. All right. So our workshop not only happen at UITM, we also get invitation from various university for sharing. All right. So we had creative great learning experience and assessment from Asian Pacific University at 23rd October. We also have the portfolio based assessment. We conduct at University Terengganu, Malaysia. And we also do webinar ICT innovation, inovasi pengajaran dan pembelajaran dan pentaksiran. This one is from college community and polytechnic. We also have the ODL assessment from the UMP, and also our biggest project last semester by collaborating with the Salcom and also Macro Talent Digital Innovation, and also ICANN in the CYIDP Salcom webinar Guru Pengajaran Pembelajaran and also Pentaksiran. All right. So these are the posters, all right, for your reference. I guess that for 2020 you will see some of the posters. So I will share with you some of the posters that happened last year's. All right, okay. And we also have our webinar through the colleges because of one of our activity with Perindu Scholars webinar. We are talking about ethics and distance, give some exposure to our students on how to minimize the academic dishonesty in online assessment. So I think that it was a great solution because of we are not only focusing on the lecturers, but we also focusing on to the students because of they are also our client, and also we need to be more realistic because of when we talk about teaching, learning, and assessment, it's not only one party's the lecturers, but we also have the students need to give some exposure about this. All right. So this is list of the activity for 2020. All right. And this is our big program with the Salcoms. All right. So I think that the outsiders start to realize that the function of CIDL, and also they start to realize the expertise from the CIDL. And we have this event at December 1st until 3rd December with Salcom. So, and also with the collaboration of Macro Talent Digital Innovation and also the Community Network Center ICANN. And we established the workshop for free. All right. So they just to attend, and then I do believe that every slot almost 2,000 participants join for every slot. So it's quite interesting because of you are not only sharing your knowledge internally, but also you get exposed your expertise, your knowledge also to the outsider. All right. And what are the activity for CJ activity for 2021? So these are the list of activity for 2021. All the schedule you can get from the BPPA, uitmedu.my. All right, we have the innovative assessment for higher education. I think that on this March we have on 27, 28, I guess. All right. For this coming March, we have also the e-portfolio education, curating great learning experience and assessments, developing high quality questions or open books, cooperative problem-based assessment. We have someone from Medic can give you an exposure on how to use the cooperative problem-based assessment. And we also have from engineering also to give their some kind of experience on how to conduct the problem based in the perspective of engineering. Okay, we also have our academic dishonesty integrity. Okay, real-time assessment. I think that this is a new module for this year. Okay, real-time assessment, performance-based assessment, self-MPO based assessment, and ODL for assessment for tools. So there's 10 workshops, modules will be offered for this year, and inshallah we will run and we will announce time to time. All right. And we also try to explore the potentials of the CG, whereas we see that we cannot only just focus on our CG itself. We also looking on the potential of the CG of blockchains, the CG of big data, the CG of global learning, and also the CG of ODL, to ensure that we can synergize the idea, and also we can synergize all the resources to make sure that the assessments can be more extensive in terms of analyzing the students, to measure the students, to collect all the data, and also to report our learners' performance time to times. And this is because of what? Because of we want to optimize the learning environment. So that's the reason why the CG alternative assessment play important roles to improve the learning practice by transforming the way we support the learning processes, to improve the learning outcomes, to improve the learning supports and teaching, and taken up, used widely, include the deployment of skills. And I think it's very important because of when we talk about the skills give an impact on doing of our assessment. We cannot compare, we cannot justify our assessment 50 students, 100 students, 200 students. It must be something that different. So we need to design like skills, and how can we use and how does we emphasize on the integrity and also the ethicals on doing of our assessment. So I think that these are our big agenda for this year, looking on the synergize all of the CG, and we try our best to work together and also to provide something that beyond the ordinary. So all right, so and we also have our website, so please visit bppa.uitm.edu.my, because of we will put a lot of resources there. All right, and also please visit CIDL, okay, UITM websites, and please, all right, because of a lot of information will be packed there. And also again, please support CIDL YouTube, and also my YouTube, because of we have a lot of resources put under that YouTube. All right, so I think that there are lots of short videos and also will be shared in these channels. And yes, thank you. So I think that this is my presentation for today, inshallah. All right, so if you have any questions or any request for our CGs, please let us know, and we try our best to accommodate. All right. Okay, Dr. Din.
Okay, Dr. Syam.
Alright.
Lina?
Okey. Terima kasih Dr. Syamsul di atas penerangan dan perkongsian yang diberikan. Sebelum program ini diteruskan, pihak Roziah ada kongsikan link kehadiran di ruangan chat dan hanya akan dibuka selama 10 minit sahaja. Bagi peserta yang mengikuti program ini melalui YouTube Live, pihak Roziah juga akan kongsikan borang maklum balas di ruangan komen. Kita akan beri laluan selama 10 minit untuk peserta mengisi borang maklum balas sebelum kita bersambung dengan slot yang seterusnya.
So I think that ada CG-CG jangan merajuk dengan saya kalau saya tak listkan CG-CG yang lain. Ada 17 CG, tak cukup slide saya. So I think that inshallah, I think that whatever collaboration with the CG alternative assessment, with open arm to accept. All right, so inshallah. All right.
While waiting, everybody are filling the form, maybe kita boleh open for Q&A kot.
ada orang tanya saya kenapa CG ODL kecil je. I think that because of the CG ODL we have been covered last year. Okay, so I think that most of the activity of CG ODL and assessment has been covered last year. So I think that for this coming, we still with the CG ODL, but the focus is more towards on the blockchains, global learning, and also the big data. So inshallah, I think that time to time we will make sure that all this we can synergize, we can have synergy with other CGs, inshallah. All right. All right, because of today we open for the introduction only. So I think that if you have any suggestions, any request, please let us know.
Assalamualaikum Dr. Syamsul.
Salam.
Tadi
Dr. Ibrahim.
just daripada campus apa, I just
Alright.
terdengar tadi Dr. Syamsul ada kata tadi big data tadi, sorry,
Yes.
Bitcoin big data tadi.
Blockchain.
Blockchain, sorry,
Yeah.
blockchain. Kenapa tiba-tiba masuk? I mean, can you just explain on that? Saya kurang faham.
Why blockchain with the assessment?
Itu.
Alright.
Yes.
We start to establish our our e-portfolio electronically. So I think that if you read some literature now, they are looking on the micro portfolio. So I think that the use of blockchains will try to sort some kind of security issue, some kind of verification issue and whatnot. So we see that the potential of the e-portfolio can be part, can be used, the blockchain, the part of the initiative. So that's the reason why we try to think on how can the blockchain can give some kind of new potential, looking on the what we call the potential of e-portfolio. So I think that the blockchain is more focused on the e-portfolio itself actually. All right. So because of, if you look on the some country now, diorang cuma pakai, diorang sekarang diorang panggil sebagai micro portfolio. You need to have a very small what we call identification saja untuk digunakan, and you can get all the data from the chain, from the blockchain. So these are the things yang kita tengok juga lah, insyaAllah. Alright. Okay.
So you're using, so at the current state now, they are using blockchain when proposing to use blockchain as part of the portfolio lah.
Yeah, the part of the portfolio, yes, correct.
And this portfolio pun can be used, saya rasa boleh guna untuk kenaikan pangkat juga lah.
Yeah, betul. Now we establish our e-portfolio for students using MyFolio. But insyaAllah, if you can see that we have our e-portfolio workshop tu memang mainly for staff. So that's the reason why we try to explore the potential of blockchain to make sure that we can go beyond than the normal portfolio.
Alright, thank you.
So saya jemput juga those yang mana berminat dengan mana-mana CG. So please, you are welcome to join the CG, because of I think that we need some of the expertise from various fields. I think that campus juga ada kepakaran yang pelbagai. So I think that volunteer yourself, insyaAllah, there are place for you. Alright, so we need more people to join us. We need more people with us. Alright, so insyaAllah, okay, insyaAllah, we try to work together. And for your information, we only have one representative from UiTM Terengganu, so we need more. All right, so we need more from Penang, we need more from Kelantan, we need more from Perlis, okay, all over. So sesiapa yang berminat, please, okay, let me know. All right, so I give my email, so let share your intention. So I will try my best to okay, you can be part of the teams, insyaAllah. Alright, more people coming, lagi bagus. Alright, so lagi cepat kita boleh usahakan semua agenda-agenda ni. Alright, so we are not talking about exclusivity, we are talking about the inclusivity. So I think that is good. It's good to have this. Alright. Dr. Syam will entertain, Roziah kata. InsyaAllah, I will entertain, insyaAllah. Alright, for the sake of UITM, for the sake of our apa kata, forward thinking assessment, please. Alright, we need more ideas. Alright. Ada sampel e-portfolio yang saya boleh tengok, ada sampel e-portfolio yang boleh dilihat. Nanti Dr. Imran boleh kot email pada saya. I will give you examples. Alright, for the time being, saya tak bawa QR code tersebut. Alright, but insyaAllah, alright, but insyaAllah I can share lots. We have the collection of e-portfolio for staff. We also have the collection e-portfolio for the students. And for the time being, for the student, we have about 500 e-portfolio has been established from the Faculty of Education. Alright, and we also have the staff portfolio from various faculty and also campus. Okay, for the academic staff, we have the 2 days workshop, and inshallah for within 2 days you can have your own portfolio. All right, that workshop also been assisted by Dr. Nadia Hanin Nazlan. All right, and 2 of us taking care of that workshop. All right, so adakah masa 14 minggu untuk ODL? Sedangkan F2F pun kadang-kadang 14 minggu tak cukup. Right, so this is how do you flip your classroom. So there are a way lah on how to make sure that cukup lah kan, to make sure that cukup. Alright, okay, sesiapa yang berminat, those who are interested can email me. Alright, can email me, and even you can go to the BPPA website and you can get my email also. Okay, if you want to share your best practice, if you want to share your especially share best practice lah, those who want to share their best practice, you also welcome. Alright, kata okay, saya nak tunjuk sesuatu yang I think that is good to share with the warga UiTM. So can Dr. Syam listen to my presentation, my proposal? Yes, we can. Alright, because we want to have more ideas. Alright, apakah contoh terbaik untuk e-portfolio bagi kursus ilmiah? Alright, I think that we are talking about the technology part. So I think that when we conduct our workshop, we try our best to make sure that the learning curve is good for you. Alright, so normally we can use a lot. We can use Wixsite, we can use WordPress, we can use Google Site. So if you want to know more, you need to subscribe our workshop, e-portfolio in education, and we explain to you what is the best tool for that. All right. Okay. So Dr. Syamsul, can you share the samples of e-portfolio for students and lecturers to all participants based on the registration data? And it will be great if you can share to all lecturers. Thanks. Inshallah. All right. Inshallah. So I think that lots of requests on the e-portfolio. I think that if you want to get some example from the e-portfolio, I will put on the website's BPPA. So please visit BPPA website. So I will share with you the samples of e-portfolio. All right. Okay. When is actual e-portfolio guidelines webinar will be held? Okay. I have to check the schedule first. All right. So I think that we have one on, if I'm not mistaken, on May, I guess. All right, on May, I guess. So I will try my best to upload today's presentation and also the some examples of e-portfolio at BPPA website, so you can get from there, insyaAllah. Alright. Oh, saya dah dapat email daripada Dr. Hasiah Mohamad berkaitan dengan e-portfolio. Thank you for email me. So insyaAllah I will reply to you. Alright. Okay. Saya dah dapat 2-3 email daripada staff. Cepatnya you all email. Okay. Thank you so much. Alright. So what more? And I think that our this year latest workshop is we are talking about the real time assessment. So this is one of our new models, real time assessment. So how can we conduct our real time assessments? Okay, so this semester, this year. All right. Good morning, Dr. Syamsul. May I know how can we, the lecturer, assist the RP to the such to implement such assessment in our class in the coming semesters? we need to have an engagement, doctor. We need to have an engagement because of we cannot assume that this assessment can fit for all. We need to customize according to your preference. So meaning that when I start to give my service to my warga academic, we start to customize according to the needs. So what is your need? We try to tell it with your needs and also to allow you to ensure that you can do more proper assessment technique. Alright, so saya dapat satu lagi email daripada Dr. Imran. Thank you for email, insyaAllah. So I will reply soon. Okay. Okay. Real time assessment, menarik. Tak sabar nak join. Jom join insyaAllah. Alright. Okay, Dr. Syam. Saya dapat permintaan untuk tanya, Doktor, rubrik assessment boleh dikongsi dengan pelajar ataupun tidak? Rubrik assessment boleh dikongsi dengan pelajar. There's nothing confidential about rubrics because of what? You try, that one is your expectations and you want the student to meet the expectation according to the learning outcome. Then the rubric can be shared. Alright? Tak ada masalah untuk share rubrik dengan pelajar-pelajar. Jangan share skema jawapan. Okay? Rubrik tak ada masalah. Alright? Okay? There is no tidak ada satu perkara pun yang rubrik tu bukan benda yang perlu disorok-sorok lah sebenarnya. Rubrik need to be exposed lah. And the student also need to know the rubric because of they try their best to know what are the criteria that you will assess them. Okay? And one more good thing is polisi pentaksiran dan penilaian akademik has been endorsed by Senate and LPU. InsyaAllah before next semesters, InsyaAllah somewhere on 25 or 26 we have our taklimat penerangan polisi pentaksiran dan penilaian akademik 2021. So there's one more thing good, meaning that we are revising our policy. Now we will introduce you with the new policy. So wait for our announcement. All right. Okay. The lecturer may forward your suggestion to RP and CC to Dr. Syam and the gang. The way BPN knows your idea and contribution to the course. Yes, great, Prof. Azia. Thank you so much. All right, betul kata Prof. Azia. Okay. Jangan senyap-senyap. So let us know and we try our best. Okay. To understand your idea. Okay, and how can we improve your course? All right. All right. Ada tak perancangan untuk adakan hands-on training for this CG? I think that is according to the situation lah. I think that most of us maybe like to have the hands-on training, but however we need to wait the response from our VC office, all right, and also on how we can go about it. All right. Thank you for the information regarding on the assessment. Okay, so insyaAllah sooner or later on our BPPA website we have our one section online resources and assessment tools in which you can get access on how to learn to do the assessment by having a very short what we call tips and on how to conduct the assessment. Soon that one is our online resources yang kita tengah plan untuk for future. Alright, so these are the things yang nanti akan berlaku lah for this year. Alright. Okay, saya tengah baca soalan lain lagi. Alright. Okay. So interesting, kenapa saya Dr. Syam nak collaborate dengan big data? I think that I do believe that we have a lot of data, all right, especially we talk about the data of continuous assessment, the data of informal feedback or informal learning, the data of the summative assessment, and even we have a lot of data contohnya daripada SUFO, EES dan sebagainya. And how can we use all of this data not only to understand the values of the data but also to understand the meaning of the data. So that's the reason why I get so interested with the CG collaborative big data led by PM Dr. Nur Haslida. and we try to look on the potential of it. So macam saya macam orang social sciences, we are not good at it. So we need someone who are very good on that particular of areas, and we try to explore. All right, and how this data can give you some kind of information more than the value that you get. Kan biasanya kita akan dapat value daripada segi grade, nilai markah dan sebagainya, but we want to know more better, ataupun we want to know more than that. So itu juga benda-benda yang kita nak explore sebenarnya bersama-sama dengan CG yang lain. So these are the things yang akan berlaku this year. Alright. So participant 441 orang, thank you for coming, thank you for joining us for today, insyaAllah. Alright. So more workshops, okay, more support will be given to ensure that all the warga akademik, I believe lah akan semakin mahir atau akan semakin bertambah baik lah. Alright. So if you ask me, we have a quite extensive ecosystem. We have the CIDL with 17 CGs. We have a jawatan kuasa nobles. We have our a lot of support system. Please utilize all the support systems and make sure that our teaching learning assessment can be improved time to time. Okay. Alright. So nantikan polisi pentaksiran dan penilaian akademik 2021 insyaAllah. Alright. And we also looking at the new potential of what we call the new potential of the way on how we conduct the assessment, not only the real based assessment, but we also looking at kepakaran daripada bidang-bidang seperti medicals. Alright, so that's the reason why I think that the perspective of medical and also the engineering also can be a part of our initiative. Alright, so insyaAllah, alright. Okay. Ada apa soalan? Alright. So sesi saya sepatutnya pukul 9.30, tapi nampak gaya macam dah di awal kan. So I have to buy sometimes. Alright. Alright. Dr. Din, macam mana Dr. Din?
Okay, Dr. Syamsul, thank you. Lina.
Okay, terima kasih Dr. Syamsul. Jadi sekarang kita akan teruskan dengan CG Collaborative Teaching, dijemput Profesor Madya Dr. Anealka Aziz Hussin bagi meneruskan sesi pada pagi ini.
Okay, terima kasih semua. Assalamualaikum. Selamat pagi. Jumpa lagi insyaAllah.
Give me some time to set up, yeah?
Alright.
Is it on a slideshow mode?
Yes, Doctor.
Okay. Okay. Boleh mula ke?
Yes, Doktor.
Ke partisipan nak freshen up dulu ke apa ke? Okay, boleh sambung je. Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum and a very good morning. Okay, so sorry for the technical glitches at the beginning because my session is actually a bit later, but anyway, since everything is here, why not we just continue? Okay, so I hope you can hear me clearly over there. Okay, so I'm Anealka Aziz Hussin, okay, fellow of the new CG, collaborative teaching CT. Okay, so all right. So this is basically what I will cover today. Okay, this is really an introduction to the CG, as this is recently created or established early this year. Yeah, so what I'm going to share today is just the introduction of CG collaborative teaching team, okay, and then the relevance of collaborative teaching, the implementation concepts of collaborative teaching, the 7 models of collaborative teaching, and the process of implementing collaborative teaching, and lastly the implication of this collaborative teaching. Okay. So these are the collaborative teaching groups under the Center of Innovative Delivery and Learning Development, CIDL. Yeah. So as mentioned earlier, okay, this CG collaborative teaching is a new CG in 2021. Okay, this year. Okay, so oops, sorry about that. Okay, so despite being new, a new CG, okay, the practice of collaborative learning or collaborative teaching, okay, is not new. Okay, some would call collaborative teaching as cooperative teaching or team teaching. Okay, so this has been practiced for a long time. So why do we need to have a CG collaborative teaching in the first place? Yeah. So here, collaborative teaching is not limited to mass lecture. Okay, this is the common practice. Okay, so it's not limited to mass lecture alone. Okay, so collaboration can also be done in terms of content development and delivery and even assessment. Okay, so this is the main purpose we are here today. Okay, is to share other possible ways to promote collaboration in teaching. Okay, and we will also assist you on how to formalize the collaboration as the CT that you are doing and to make it as part of your teaching innovation. Okay, so before I proceed, let me introduce you the team members. Okay, so if you look at this slide, okay, collaborative teaching CT, I just added it at the end. Okay, that is new. The rest are what you have seen earlier. These are established CG. Okay, it's not moving. All right, so this is my team. Okay, so from left, that's me. Okay, Anealka Aziz Hussin. I am from the Akademi Pengajian Bahasa, Jabatan Bahasa Inggeris, ya, English Language Department. And next is Puan Nur Hayati Idris. Also from Academy Pengajian Bahasa, French language lecturer. Okay, the next one is Dr. Fitri Nurul Ain, an Arabic language lecturer. Okay, the only guy in the team, Mr. Ilyas Sulaiman Mohandas, English language lecturer. The next one is Dr. Nur Hazlina Hussin. She is a Malay language lecturer. And lastly, okay, Dr. Sharifah Shahnaz Said Hussein, English language lecturer. So for now, okay, like I said, because this is a newly established team, so these are the current team members. But we also we would like to welcome others to join our team, yeah, the collaborative teaching team. Okay, so for now, these are the team members that I have currently. Okay, so we are all from the Academy Pengajian Bahasa. Okay, now let's move on to the definition. Okay, this is how collaborative teaching is defined in the context of UITM. Okay, so if you look at this, okay, collaborative teaching, okay, this is another term for collaborative teaching, is cooperative learning teaching or team teaching. Okay, so it refers to teaching approaches so that can involve experts from within and across disciplines, along with the industrial practitioners. Okay, they are working together to educate, mentor, facilitate, and train groups of students with the aim to empower students' learning. Okay, and this approach to teaching collaboration is not limited to the aspect of delivery, but incorporates aspects of content development and assessments as well. Okay, so this is actually the conceptual definition of CT, and this is how we use it in UITM. So when I refer to CT, it covers aspects of delivery, assessment, and content development or sharing. Okay, so now let's move on to the relevance of collaborative teaching. Yeah, so we are going to look at the relevance of collaborative teaching from the following documents. Okay, Malaysian Higher Education Blueprints, the 2025, the Vice Chancellor's 2021 mandate. Okay, we are focusing on strategic plans. Okay, and Education 5.0 at UITM, and then High Impact Educational Practices by Dr. Diko, and High Impact Educational Practices, okay, by Mohd. Yeah. Okay, this is by MOE, yeah, MOE, Ministry of Education. Okay, so the first one, let's look at from the Malaysian Higher Education Blueprint. Okay, there is a statement that says the ministry will reduce silo dalam mengurangkan pendekatan silo dalam operasi yang melibatkan jabatan. Okay, serta memantapkan hubungan antara IPT, industry and community. So this is the part that is related to CT, and CT can actually, this can be achieved through CT. CT here refers to collaborative teaching. Okay, in our definition, the concept, okay, need to refer to the conceptual definition that I mentioned earlier. Okay, so this is how CT is relevant in here. Okay, the next one is it is taken from BC 2021 mandate, okay, Amanat Naib Chancellor. Okay, and this one is focusing more on the this particular slide, focus more on the UITM 2025 strategic plans. Okay, so we look at strategic theme number 1. Okay, so this one. Okay, so Education 5.0 at UITM. So here we can see how CT is very much relevant in the key initiatives for strategy 1. Okay, so we have designing quality educator framework for inspiring educators, and then establishing faculty experts. Okay, very much related. Promoting professors on demand programs. Okay, and also in key initiatives 2, strategy 2, we have number 8 here. Personalizing learning methodology, okay, and with community and industry engagement. Okay, so these are the 2 strategies, okay, that are related to the CT. Okay, Next is the okay. So this is in a book. Yeah, this is a book entitled "Culture of Excellence." Okay, the secret of creating a high performance organization. Okay, one of the key characteristics to achieve this, okay, is through highly collaborative team. Okay, so this is what CT is about, right? And another, okay, it's not okay, is the next one is the Education 5.0 at UITM. Okay, there are 5 pillars, okay, of Education 5.0, and the premises to achieve pillar 1, okay, coherent and relevant curriculum are supported by CT. Okay, these are the component of the premises I mentioned. Okay, industry and community relevant, future-proof content, shared and distributed content, expert faculties, multidisciplinary electives and program. Okay, so this is for Education 5.0 at UITM. And then still under Education 5.0 at UITM. So Pillar 5, Inspiring Educators. Okay, so these are the qualities of an educator that we should have. Okay, all of us should have these. And this can be achieved through CT as well. Okay. So this one is the 5C strategies. Yeah. So CT is also a part of the component of 5C strategies. Okay, that is to move Education 5.0. Okay, number 3, collaboration and collective efforts. Okay, so these will help the university move this Education 5.0. Okay, so the next one is the high impact. Hold on, I cannot see my slides. The high impact educational practices. Yeah, so this is from Dr. Deco. Okay, so this is the George Deco, 2008. Okay, so if you look at this, number 5, item number 5, collaborative assignments and projects. Okay, and the same one, collaborative assignments and project, this is taken from high impact educational practice. This is Ministry of Education. And there's another one, interdisciplinary approach to assessment. So if you look at this, these are the how CT, collaborative teaching, is relevant to and supported by or can support all these 5 aims or strategies, what do you call this? Initiatives, yeah, by the ministry, by UITM, and so on. Okay, so this is just the background, okay, to say why is it this is relevant. Okay, the next one is the concepts of implementation. Okay, so this is the concepts of implementing CT in UITM. Okay, so the course content, I will go one by one. The course content and the course learning outcomes remain intact. No changes are to be made to the existing course content and the CLOs. Okay, so this is for this year. This is our approach. Yeah, we will focus on the existing courses. Okay, the course content and the course learning outcomes will be the same. Okay, we're not changing that. Okay, so because semester is going to start end of this month. Yeah, and then secondly. Okay, so at least 2 teaching experts are involved in the learning of a course. Okay, the expert can be lecturers from the same faculty. Okay, we can also have lecturers across the faculties, or lecturers from the same faculties but at different campuses. And we can also have lecturers from the same field of studies but from other universities. Okay, locally or internationally. Okay, and then experts, yeah, experts can also be industrial players from local or international industries, and also individuals. These are specific individuals with extensive knowledge, skills, and abilities in certain fields. Okay, so for this one, especially if it involves international experts, okay, we actually work together with another CG, that is CG Global Learning, and Puan Nadia Tantawi is the fellow of that CG. Okay, her sharing session will be on Wednesday. Okay, and The next one is the collaboration can be in terms of sharing, content sharing or content developing. Okay, delivery, that can be mass lecture, guest lecture. Okay, this is related to the previous one, and assessment. Okay, so content sharing. Okay, this one is related to another CG, that is the Mohd and ODL CG, and Puan Siti Suhaija and Puan Arniza Ahmad are the fellow of the CG, and their sessions will be on Wednesday and Thursday respectively. Okay. 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 And the mode of collaboration, okay, when it comes to the mode of collaboration for teaching and content development, the following suggestions can be adopted. Yeah, so a rotation basis, an assignment basis, and a sharing basis. Okay, what do they mean? Okay, so I have prepared this table to explain. Okay, to understand this, okay, let's look at the legend here. A, B, and C refers to experts, and experts, like I mentioned earlier, can be lecturers, can be industrial players, can also be individuals with extensive knowledge. Okay, and then T refers to topics, WK refers to week. Okay, how to read this table? So the first one, rotation basis. So we rotate the turn. Okay, so for example, we begin with lecturer A. So this one, let's say for delivery, yeah. So we begin with lecturer A, week 2 covered by lecturer B, week C covered by lecturer C, and then lecturer A will take over again in week 4, and then continued by week 5 by lecturer B, and then lecturer C in the following week. Okay, on an assignment basis, still under delivery. Okay, lecturer A will is assigned to cover week 1, 2, and 3. Week 1 and 2. Lecturer B will cover week 3 and 4. Lecturer C will cover 5 and 6. Okay, and for content development for this one, okay, assignment in lecturers A are assigned, let's say, topic 1 and 2. Lecturer B are assigned topic 3 and 4. Lecturer C will be assigned topic 5 and 6. Okay, this is based on assignment basis. Okay, and for sharing basis, okay, we begin with the delivery first. Okay, so for example, this one, okay, week 1, the lecturers will be sharing, for example, here, 2 lecturers will be sharing lesson on week 1, let's say maybe the learning activities. Okay, A here alone, so it's not sharing. Okay, and ABC is another sharing. Okay, so again, usually it involves activities, yeah. Okay, and when it comes to content development, sharing means for topic 1, 2 lecturers will be developing topic 1. Okay, and then topic 2, only 1 lecturer. Topic 3, 1 lecturer. Okay, this is not sharing in terms of development. Okay, topic 4, 3 of them will work together to develop chapter 4, and week 6, topic number 6, 2 lecturers as well. And this one, the lecturers can be within the same faculty, in the same campus, or across campus, meaning we can also have team members from other faculty, other campuses, branch campuses. Yeah, so we can do that for content sharing, okay, and content developing, delivery as well. Okay, we can have that in this mode, and assessment. Okay, for assessment, okay, let me see if I have that. Okay, collaboration in assessments. We can focus on one type of assessment or a component of that particular assessment. Okay, what does it mean by that? Yeah, let's look at one example. Okay, for example, let's say there are 2 courses and there are 4 lecturers. 4 lecturers are teaching these 2 courses. Yeah, so at the end, let's say for the final exam, okay, 2 lecturers are assigned to evaluate the final exam for the first code. and the other 2 lecturers are assigned to evaluate the other code. Yeah. At the beginning, all 4 of them are teaching these 2 courses. Yeah, but they focus on one code for evaluating the assessment or the final script of the students. Okay, so they are sharing in terms of that. This is basically in APB, we used to do this when we had that central marking. Yeah, that was practice like years ago. Okay, when we had final exams. Okay, and right now we don't have any final exams, so we don't really practice that 100%. Okay, and collaboration in assessment can also be done in a component of that assessment. Okay, for example, let's say in a web design class, yeah, where students have to create a website. Okay, we have a web design class in APB and a program LG243, English for Intercultural Communication. We have that. Okay, and maybe perhaps we can invite design experts from AD to evaluate the design component of the website. Yeah, so this is by invitation. So a letter of appointment will be given because they are not lecturers of the course, but they will be invited to evaluate students' work. Okay, that is what I meant by component of one assessment. Okay, it's not the whole assessment, but just one. Unlike the first one type of assessment, it is actually bigger than the second one. So deciding, yeah. So if you look at this, there are 4 concepts, yeah. Okay, so deciding on the mode of collaboration requires very careful planning, yeah, because you need to sign an akad. Okay, this is also introduced, okay, by Dr. Dean, yeah. Nama pun Dr. Dean. So this akad is actually a kind of agreement. Yeah, lecturers or team members have to sign. Okay, so that's why everyone must agree with the plan. Okay, and then because this plan will be need some approval. Okay, at maybe the RP level, KPP, coordinator, TD, TREC, JAF, JAN, ICRES, depending on which type of collaboration you would like to do. Okay, why ICRES is mentioned here is because of mass lecture. It has a different calculation. Yeah, so that one can be we will do that in detail during the consultation if we are invited. Okay, to assist you in implementing this CT. Okay, so I hope this is okay. Clear the concepts. Okay, so like I need to go back here just for a while. Okay, so for this year, this is our approach. We try to not to change, yeah, the CLOs. Okay, we maintain what is there, and then we only change the delivery aspect, the content development or content sharing aspects, and maybe perhaps some part of the assessment. Okay, let's move on to the next slide. Okay, so this is the summary of CT implementation concepts. Yeah, so the mode will be a rotation basis, assignment basis, and a sharing basis. Okay, so first is the content. Content can be content sharing and also content developing, okay, as mentioned earlier. Next is the delivery. Okay, for the delivery, we have the types, mass lecture or guest lecture. Okay, the ordinary one will be not under collaborative, yeah, but mass lecture and guest lectures. And then the experts, we can have lecturers, okay, within the same campus, across faculties, in branch campuses as well. Yeah, industrial practitioners, local and international, and also individuals. Yeah, individuals here refers to individuals with extensive knowledge and skills and abilities in the field. Okay, and then location. Okay, we can go back up here. Okay, location of the lecturers or the experts. It can be from the same faculty, different faculties, across campuses, local and international universities, local and international industries. Okay, so these are the summary. Like I said, I have actually explained it earlier. Okay, and lastly is the assessment. Yeah, so assessment can be a component or can be one type of assessment itself. Okay, now let's move on to the first model. Okay, there are several models, 7 altogether, and this is the first one. Okay, the first model is focuses on collaboration in terms of content sharing and content developing. Okay, so here, this is an example. Okay, let me move this. All right, so for example, lecturer A. Lecturer A develops content for a course. This is basically develop like materials to be used in the course or slides. Okay, so this is where Mohd, OER comes in. Yeah. Okay, and then once they have developed that, the lecturers, it can be individual lecturers. Okay, any of you once developed, then the person or the lecturer will share it in a content repository. Okay, this can be like UFuture, Open Learning, and Padlet, YouTube, and any common content repository. Okay, that can be shared. Okay, and these materials will be used by lecturers. Okay, from let's say this is ENT, entrepreneurial. Okay, so from different campuses. Okay, lecturers from different campuses. Okay, if let's say this one is about, let's say, presentation. So it's not just lecturers from the same faculty. It can also be from other faculties as well. Okay, that's why I have used different colors. Yeah. Okay, and then this is one approach. One lecturer developed and shared with others. This is also a type of collaboration because it helps the other lecturers. Okay, save time. Okay, and then especially if they are experienced. Okay, these are junior lecturers, so the junior lecturers can actually benefit from this. Yeah. Okay, the second approach is this one, okay, where lecturers develop contents, okay, for a course. And then here you can see there are more than one lecturers. Okay, and I have different color codes. It shows the lecturers can be from different location. Okay, so here you can assign the topic based on the assignment or based on the earlier mode that I mentioned. Yeah, so you decide. Okay, so once it's ready, they will upload it in a content repository like the earlier one, the previous one mentioned here. And this can be shared by lecturers, okay, from different faculties, different campuses, okay, but in the same field, okay. So this is for content sharing. Okay, let me have like an example, okay. So here, this is method one, individual. This is more like sharing. Okay, so one lecturer develops, okay, it's all topics and then share. Okay, and then method two, assign. Okay, they are assigned. Let's say topic one is to be topic one, topic three is are to be created by lecturer A. Okay, while B will do topic number 2 and number 5, and C topic number 4, D topic number 6. Okay, that is assigned. And sharing, more than one lecturers are working together to develop topic 1. Like A and B will develop topic 1, B and C will develop topic 2, and here at the bottom we have for topic 5, we have more than 2 lecturers. Lecturer A, B, and C are to develop topic 5, and lecturer A, C, and D are to develop topic 6. Okay, so how are you so far? Okay, clear? Okay, all right. Okay, good. Okay, now that is model number 1. Okay, content sharing and developing. For model 2, the focus is more on delivery. Okay, so delivery, again, the mode, rotation, assignment basis, or sharing basis. Collaboration can be done, okay, the types in delivery, the types are mass lecture or guest lectures. And then the experts, okay, can be lecturers or industrial practitioners, same thing. Okay, this is actually the same slide, except that I remove other parts, yes, because model 2 is about this delivery. And the location can be from the same faculty, different faculties across campuses, local, international universities, and industries. Okay, so you can choose a combination or you can choose just either or. Okay, so this is for model 2, focus on delivery. Okay, for model 3, the this is example, yeah. mass lecture, for example. Yeah. So a mass lecture, this is one lecturer. Okay, a lecturer, a guest lecturer or guest speaker from the same campus, different campus, local or international universities or industries. Okay, this is actually based on the previous slide. Okay, one person. Okay, so in a mass lecture or in a guest lecture. Okay, so these are the student attended, yeah, the lecture. Okay, so we can see here, same course but different groups in the same faculty. Okay, same course, different group, same faculty. So this is one. Okay, another one. Okay, so mass lecture can also be this is same group but different groups in different campuses. So this is from same faculty, let's say inshallah, and this one is from different campuses and different groups. So this, it can be done this way. Okay, example here, let's say method 1, this is one lecturer. Okay, the one in the middle here, giving a lecture, and then the students from the main campus or from the branch campuses can attend. Okay, and they are doing, this person is doing mass lecture for all topics. Okay, and then method 2, okay, we have a combination, okay, of the class lecturer, okay, and also GL is guest lecture. Okay, we can have one here, we can have maybe to cover topic 6, we invite another one. Okay, this is where global learning is very useful here. So you should invite people from outside, yeah. So, and especially for example, let's say this is a guest speaker, can be also professors. Yeah, for example, people are doing, let's say, chemical engineering in other campuses, Johor, Sarawak, Penang. Okay, so they can have experience, okay, or attending lectures by professors, inshallah, because they have heard of the person's name, the professor's work, okay, but they have yet to experience the lecture. So this is one of the way that we can have the professors to deliver mass lecture, or not deliver mass lecture, guest lecture to the students, and can be attended by students from different campuses. Yeah, so they really like that actually. So, and the third one is method number 3. We have okay, so method 2 is actually from LA, is from the same campus. Method 3, lecturers from different campuses. So they are sharing, okay, sharing according to topics, and they also have GL, guest lecture, in between that. Yeah, so these need to be planned carefully. Okay, you need, this is you will see this in your scheme of work. Okay, so the team, okay, a maximum of 5 in a team. Okay, they plan to and strategize when to invite the guest lecture. Okay, who will deliver the lecture this week, and then in week 3 and so on. Yeah, so this is the delivery aspect. Okay, and the second model, and the third model. Okay, the third model focuses on collaboration of assessment. Okay. All right. Like I mentioned earlier, it can be one assessment, okay, one CLO, okay, assessment based on one CLO. It can be a component of the assessment. Okay, so for example here, we have 2 assessors. Okay, assessors can be the expert that I mentioned earlier, okay, from the same faculty, the invited guest evaluator. It can be done that way. Okay, so 2 assessors, I just call them by generic name, assessor 1, assessor 2. Okay, both of them will be evaluating one type of assessment. This could be based on one CLO. Okay, or they can evaluate just one component. Okay, remember the web design example? Okay, it can be done that way. Okay, so let's look at some of the examples. Okay, these examples are actually the component of assessments. Yeah. So for example, in a course, okay, there are components, let's say presentation. Okay, so assessor 1, usually the class lecturer. Okay, so if it is, sometimes we have more than one assessor. Yeah, it's like a panel. So 2 will be from those who are teaching, and then assessor 2 will be from different, not the class lecturer. So for example, presentation, okay, we can have assessor 1 class lecturer, and we can call language expert, okay, to evaluate the presentation. So maybe in your program, you have a course that involves this, you can call a language expert to do this. Yeah, so this one, for example, let's say in idea pitching, okay, so the class lecturer can evaluate that, and we can invite, you can invite language expert to evaluate the persuasiveness of the language used, okay, during the presentation of idea pitching. Okay, so that can be done. Okay, digital magazine, we can have this is what we had. Okay, this is actually a kind of assessment that we have, one of the component of assessments that we have. Okay, we actually have a publishing company, but it is more on sharing session in terms of the teaching part, yeah, not the assessment, but it can be this way as well. Okay, assessing just the digital magazine, the certain components in the digital magazine, not the whole thing. Yeah, and then for example, job interview. Okay, so let's say for language lectures, we are looking at, there are rubrics that we have to follow, and maybe one component can be evaluated by the HR officer. Okay, and web page development. This is the example I used just now. Okay, assessors can be from the same or different faculty, the same or different campus, local and international universities, local and international industries, depending on the kind of assessment that you have. Okay? Okay, everyone? All right, good. Okay, so these are the 3 main model. Okay, because the next models 4 to 7 are actually a combination, a hybrid of this. Okay, now let's look at model 4. Model 4 combines aspect of contents and delivery. Okay, and how to read these. Okay, in terms of the lecture, you divide this. Okay, and then you also have content development or content sharing as well in this model. So you have a combination of 2 aspects of collaboration. Okay, explanation of each of these are the same. Okay, except that now you have 2. Okay, the previous model 1, 2, 3, you focus on just one type of collaboration. So for this one, you combine delivery and content, okay, as a mode of collaboration that you choose. Okay, the model that you choose. For model 5, focus will be on the content sharing or developing, and assessment, not on the delivery part, but just the content development. Okay, just use one word, content development. Okay, and the assessment. Okay, so explanation will be the same as before. For model 6, the focus will be on delivery and assessment. Okay, so delivery and assessment, the rest still follow. Okay, the types of lecture, experts, okay, the location, and then the assessment can be the one assessment, or can be a component of one assessment. Okay, the detail will be the same like model 1, 2, 3. Okay, because this is just the hybrid. Yeah? And lastly, okay, this one very tedious to plan for this, yeah, because it combines the 3 elements or the 3 aspects of collaboration, that is content, delivery, and assessment. So for this one, major thinking team, okay, need to be then they have to spend like long hours to prepare for this, yeah, because it's quite tedious. But once you have done it, okay, it can be repeated like every semester or alternate semester, up to you. Okay, so these are the models, okay, that we propose. Okay, and you can choose any of the models that you like. And if you have, let's say, an additional element, you're welcome to share that with us. So we will add that. Okay, apa ya? Let me see. This one, okay, maybe I'll look at the chat later. Okay, let me close that. Okay, so these are models, the 7 models that we have. Okay, so now let's move on to the next one. That is the process. Yeah. Okay, so now that you know the models that you have, so what do you need to do? Okay, this one is actually, we will guide you from the beginning, okay, the selection of a course, until the end where you will be awarded by a certificate. Okay, so this process is the general process. Okay, detail will be, we will explain it during the consultation, the one-to-one explanation when you call us, yeah, to explain further, okay, on the models and the process of doing this. All right, so the first one is to choose a course. Okay, so this one, you look at the CLO assessment and the learning activities that you have. Okay, so my advice is to choose something that you are familiar. Okay, because there's a lot of things that you need to do, not really a lot. There are things that you need to consider. If you are new to the course, you need to get experienced team member to be in your team, yeah, so that they can guide you. Okay, okay. Because a lot need to be done in the scheme of work, okay? Who will teach this, what component to be developed, and so on. Then after that, you determine the purpose of your collaboration. Okay, what is it that you want to do? What kind of collaboration you want to do? Okay, and who will benefit from this collaboration? Okay, so here examples, yeah, to offer students an enriching learning experience from the point of view of a practitioner. For example, you can invite people from industry to synergize the expert in the field of study to achieve greater outputs. Okay, these are experts, you can invite them. Okay, to mentor junior lecturers as well. Okay, like I mentioned just now, if you're new to the course, it's good to have a team member which is senior, who are senior, okay, that can assist you to see clearer on what the course is about or how to approach the course. Okay, and to enable graduate, undergraduate students from the branch campuses to experience classes taught by professors. Okay, all this while you hear the name, they look at maybe just YouTube. Now they can see again still ODL, okay, in the mode of ODL online, but they can ask questions at the end of the session. Okay, and then it is the purpose, is it to utilize resources? Okay, to reduce part-time, full-time, number of part-time, full-time. Okay, so you set that at the beginning because that will determine the rest of the process that you want to complete. Okay, right. So once you have determined the purpose of collaboration, you need to choose a model. Okay, so out of the 7 models, which one you think is manageable for now? Let's say for March semester. Anyone? I cannot see the chat. Well, later I check the. I don't know why I can't see that. Okay, never mind. So choose a model. Okay, which one? Model number 1, model 2, 3, or hybrids of the 3 models. Okay, which one? You decide that. Okay, and then after that, okay, these are the models. You choose whether you want to have content development, okay, delivery, or assessment, or a combination of this, yeah, like the hybrid that I mentioned just now. Okay, and then you plan the division of tasks. Okay, so this step is very crucial and tedious. Okay, this is the one I mentioned, as it involves the scheme of work. Okay, this is for delivery. Okay, if you choose a collaboration in terms of delivery, because you need to really assign. In terms of content development, it is based on topics, so it will not change anything in the scheme of work. You just develop the content, share it, and then who will develop which chapter and so on. Okay, and then so if you choose, let's say, delivery, and then it involves the scheme of work, okay, and it will involve, let's say, the ATS, okay, so you need to have to get approval, yeah, later, okay. So at this stage, you also think of who you would like to, who you would invite as the guest speaker, okay. So this is the part where you plan all those, yeah. Okay, and then after that, get consent from the team members, maximum of 5 members in a team. So the members can be lecturers, industrial players, but usually just lecturers, yeah. Industrial players, you don't really have time. They can give you, they can attend the guest lecture. Okay, even individual experts, they can attend, they can be the guest speaker, but to get consent in the ACAD, We never know. Maybe lecturers from other faculties or other universities. Okay, they can do that. Yeah, so you can have a team from that as well. Okay, they will get the certificate as well. Okay, whether it's relevant to them or not, okay, that's another story. Okay, get consent. Okay, this is actually the akad. Yeah, the akad, you need to have that signed. Everyone will actually agree to this distribution of work. Okay, and then this is also a kind of commitment. Okay, they sign to do all this. They need to be very committed to complete the work. Okay, once everything is okay there, then you need to submit to these people depending on the level or the depth of your collaboration. Okay, you need to get approval from relevant authorities. Could be the RP. You are not the RP, but you are interested in, let's say, developing content for the course and to be used by other lecturers from the same faculty or other faculties as well. So that you need to get, you need to show that to the RP. Okay, and then depends, like I said, depends. Yeah, depends on the level, the depth of your collaboration. Okay, so the coordinator, KPP, I press, it involves like delivery, the mass lecture, the ATS stipend, okay, JAF and JAN, because if you want to go across campuses, then you need to have some kind of approval. Okay, so this like I said, okay, depends on the model that you choose, yeah, the depth of your collaboration. Okay, and then okay, only after you got the green light, yeah, here, then you proceed to register the CT. Okay, so we will, there will be, okay, there will be an online form in CIDL website. Okay, in CIDL, there will be one section allocated for this particular CG. Okay, right now it's not there, it's still work in progress. They are developing it because, like I said, this is a new CG. So I hope things are ready by before the beginning of next the coming semester, by end of this month. There's something to be uploaded there. Yeah, so online forms we hope to be made available in the CIDL website. Okay, so what you need to do is to upload the akad. Okay, there's a signed agreement. You need to upload the akad. Yeah, so this akad, like I said, is a pledge. Okay, to contribute, commit, and complete the task. Okay, so it's there. Okay, and the scheme of work if it involves delivery. Okay, and names of you know, the plan, the CT plan, that is actually the how you plan your CT, the collaborative teaching. Okay, in detail. Okay, sufficient amount for us to evaluate. Okay, and then after that, just execute it. Once you have registered, you have submitted all this, you execute your CT plan. Okay, if you decide to develop materials, and then you can start that. Yeah, so could be that there will be some kind of appointment letters. Okay, just to record that you have submitted and you have the time, certain time frame to develop. Okay, and that one you can propose as well. Okay, and execute the CT plan. Okay, and then after that, when you are doing that, make sure you compile evidence, yeah, because these evidence are important. Okay, we need to have evidence, can be, let's say, pictures, screen captures of the event, okay, or the class, or anything, depending on the model that you choose. Okay, and report on the CT effectiveness of your, let's say, if content effectiveness of the module that you created. Okay, effectiveness of the invited speakers, the guest lecture that you organize, okay, and so on. Okay, and summary of students' feedback on CT. Okay, so those are the evidence required for you to submit to us. Okay, this will be at the end of the project, your CT project. Could be end of semester, depending on your the end. Okay, it can be like in the middle of semester, it can be at the end of the semester, depending on your own timeline. Okay, and then submit the evidence of CT to us. Okay, the collaborative teaching group at CIDL. Okay, there will be again online. You can do that online, and a certificate of teaching innovation. Okay, collaborative teaching will be issued to you. So this is done like semesterly based. Okay, if the time your timeline is one semester, then for every semester you need to submit this project. Okay, or application of CT, and then you get a certificate at the end. If it is 1 year, then you will get it at the end of the year. Okay, let me see. I saw. Let's see, I'm looking at the chat. Measuring electricity, ATS may become a hindrance. Okay, so choose something that is something that is easy to do for this coming semester. Okay, so like I said, when it comes to ATS and semester is at the end of this month, the new semester begins. So planning of timetable is almost done. Okay, so maybe that one can be done in the following semester. So you plan ahead. But for content development or let's say delivery in terms of having invited speaker, guest lecture, that is possible. Okay, and assessment. Okay, that one, because assessment, depending on the component of assessment when you have it. Okay, that's just additional thing. Okay, so I hope the process is clear. Like I said, this is a general process. Details, especially in the planning of division of tasks. Here, it involves a lot of things to be completed, in the planning of the division of tasks. Okay, so collaboration when new courses and new program has been developed, because sometimes lectures not. Okay, it can be that. It can also be for existing courses because we have new lecturers coming, joining us, so that they can benefit from that as well. Accumulated experience to teach new code. So that's why if you are forming a group, have a junior lecturer should invite or should include senior lecturers, okay, because of their experience, because of their wisdom in approaching the course. Compilation of evidence, every team member to okay. New program. No job collaborative teaching can be used for everyday courses too. Just as opinion. One team compilation. Okay, compilation of evidence. That's one per team. Okay, if there are 5 members, just submit one. Okay, so all the 5 names will be there, and then all will get that in a certificate is an e-certificate with all the 5 names. Compilation. This one you plan it in a team, but when it comes to sharing, you can share. Let's say you want to develop content, for example, you have a team to develop that. Okay, you register, okay, and then once it's completed, okay, you submit to us the evidence of the content that you develop. Okay, and then if you at this time maybe you try it out. Okay, when you try it out, you can get feedback from other lecturers and from students. Okay, when you have gathered all the evidence of effectiveness of the things that the output of your CT, then you share, and then we will award you the certificate. Okay, let's see. What else? Okay, does it mean program pelaksana branch campus get approval from all relevant authorities mentioned in the process? Okay, so program pelaksana depends on the types of collaboration. Okay, if you're talking about mass invited speakers, okay, so you just, if you need to have, let's say, some kind of for example, so because, okay, what we invited speaker from, let's say, from other universities. Okay, so it does not involve for what we did earlier, under global learning. Okay, so they come for free. They deliver the lecture, or they are sharing session for free. So we don't incur any cost there. So that one we just submit to, we inform the management that we are going to have this, and at that time it only involve students from the main faculty, because our program is only here. So if it is but we open it to others. So because it is online, the guest lecture is online, so people from the other campuses can just join. So approval is only at your place when it comes to this example. Okay. So this one, like I said, all the authorities here depends on what you do. Okay, if you are involving, for example, the one that involve changing in the iPress or people in terms of the in terms of delivery, especially the delivery, because you will involve people from, let's say, from other campuses. And what about their ATS? Okay, so all those things. So when it is up to that, and then you need to get higher level permission. Okay, I hope I answered the question. Can we use the Yes, that's the can we use the certificate for teaching innovation? Yes, definitely. That is one of the reason why you have this. Yeah. So, for example, you have mass lecture for like a long time. Why not register that? Submit the evidence and get the certificate for this coming semester. Okay, so that is the common practice of collaboration. Okay, that you have done. Why not add a bit more to that? Yeah. Right? If there are two lectures in the same code, two different procedure, we decide to share and develop content in terms of slides and assignment. Yes, yes. Any collaborative attempts that you do. Okay, so sharing of slide, that is also content development, that is under OER. Okay, so that's possible. Just submit, register, submit to us, and then with the evidence, and then okay, everything, if everything is fulfilled, then you can get that certificate. Okay, Dr. Dean will sign that. Inshallah. Yeah, Dr. Dean. I hope you're listening. If we do the CT in the industry, how? Okay, Alhamdulillah, Dr. Dean responded. Okay, how about the honorarium? Okay, try to get it for free first. Okay, but if let's say, but maybe for us, we managed to get it free. Nadia was so good at this. Okay, so, but if it requires some kind of honorarium, we also had paid one. So you have to present it at your pengurusan lah to get the fund. Okay, it will be at the faculty level. Okay, because you are going to get that from the faculty. Okay, sometimes this one, yeah, students are also resourceful. Okay, they can also get contact. Nadia smiling there. Okay, get contact from people with people with at the industry through LinkedIn, for example. Yeah, so they can have like they can actually organize an event where they can also charge. So for this one, collaborate with the students. Okay, lecturers, few lecturers, and then collaborate with the students. Okay, the students, but usually the students do most of the work, but you can be the advisor. Okay, so an income generation for the student club, for example, and for you, you can get that kind of certificate for your teaching innovation. Okay, that is a you can add that in my ATP. Yeah, there's one section in that. Okay, so honorarium from your faculty. If you do the CT, visit R3, how about the okay, perlukan honorarium with PTJ, doctor. Which okay, with PTJ. So you yes. Chosen, not work as expected. How do we need to the process at the beginning? Okay. This is okay. This is actually from Puan Suryati. Yeah. Okay. If it is not, it doesn't work as expected. Meaning that is the execution plan. Yeah. So attempt was there. Okay. Whether you get the certificate or not. Okay. If content development, you show progress. And whatever you have done, let's say you plan for 5 chapters and you completed 3 chapters. And then you revise your plan. Okay, compile evidence. You mention why we only focus on the 3 chapters. Okay, so maybe it is like more information, decided to have like a lot of things there, and can only complete like within like 6 months, only let's say 3 chapters. So you have 3 OER. That is actually that is actually an innovation already. Okay, so that one can be discussed. One just call us, okay, and then we look at the case by case. Yeah, because I don't want to have like a blanket rule for everything. Last time we had started sharing a slide video possible to get a certificate. Last semester we had a team of 3 sharing slides. Okay, backdated lah ni, ya. Backdated yang dah buat nak claim CJ, boleh ke tak boleh? Okay, so this is why I have to ask Dr. Dean lah. Can we register backdated events, because CG ni, the CG is just form, yeah, baru this year. So what about backdated? Can they get that certificate because they are still using that? Maybe perhaps you highlight that and then you mention how you use it this semester. Okay, add on to that. Okay, so is it possible, Dr. Dean? Ataupun kita bincang later. Okay, this one maybe we will detail out things that should be done, or what do and don'ts lah dalam website ya. Get back to that. Employer project, do project of employees project, we do project for organization consider SCT. Okay, project for organization. So is it part of is this does it involve students? So maybe this one, okay. I need to know whether it involves students or not. Yeah, employer project. Okay. Okay, is there a site that we can register? Okay, the site is being developed now, so we hope before the beginning of the semester it is ready to accept application or registration. Interesting. Okay, TAPA, we don't have TAPA, but just go back to the PTJ. Yeah? They have funding for this. Okay. Method tu dimasukkan kepada dengan silibus. Okay, yang untuk yang melibatkan silibus, pertukaran silibus ni, okay, for this this one requires longer planning ya, because if you have like a change in the content ya, tambah baik dari segi kandungan kursus, you need to get permission of the hold on. Okay, there are levels of permission that you need to get. Yeah, if you make changes to the existing course information. Okay. 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 Pengiraan KS tadi tu, nanti yang tu kita akan follow the existing one ya, yang HPA dah sediakan. Okay. Pelaksanaan dengan agensi luar. Okay, so like I said, the scheme of work, okay, planning, weekly planning, that one you can add, okay, to have, let's say, for example, this is what we did, okay, we had additional, this is not, the scheme of work is there, but on top of that, we have invited speakers from other universities, yeah, so that is, we park it under global learning, but that is an add-on. The scheme of work, existing scheme of work remain, but we have additional at a different time. Because of the time difference, we usually had it at night, yeah, with the students, okay. So detail related to this, Puan Nadia Tantawi will explain under global learning. Okay, dan kami melibatkan alumni, okay, yeah, possible. Okay, maknanya alumni is in your team, okay, so that is collaboration with people from the industry in developing content, for example, ya, contoh. Okay, so these are this is the process, yeah, the whole process. Okay, then I will look at the chat room again, Lisa. Okay, let's proceed to the next slide. Okay, the next one is the implication. So this one actually I've explained this earlier. Okay, enriching students' learning experience by having the mass lecture, invited speakers from the industries. Okay, synergizing, mentor-mentee coaching. Indirectly, I've mentioned this. Okay, so junior lecturers can benefit from senior lecturers, from the expert professors. Okay, intensifying professor on demand, optimizing the resources, reducing the number of part-time, full-time, promoting innovation in teaching and learning. Okay, so okay, these are the things, some of the implication, yeah, or the benefits of what we get from practicing this CT. Okay, so I'm not sure about the time. Okay, but if you have any questions, just add that, because I am actually at the end of my presentation. Okay, so for more information, you can contact us or visit the CIDL website when it is ready. Okay, just put a note, a message there. Okay, we will get back to you. Okay, so these are my team members, and if you know them, if you want to have like a personal consultation regarding the CT, individual or personalized consultation, you can just contact any of us. Yeah, this is actually the team work on this together. Okay, it's not we practice this collaborative spirit even in this, yeah. So any of us can actually do this. Okay, to give the presentation, they are all familiar with the approach, the models that we propose. Okay, So, and again, this we have 5 members here. Okay, altogether 6. We invite any of you who are interested in this, in this city to join us. Okay, we can have more people, okay, working on this so that we can actually have collaboration from, let's say, inshallah, people from other faculties as well. Yeah. Okay. So our emails are there. Okay. So I think, okay, that's it from me. Thank you. Okay, I will look at the chat again, just in case if you have any questions. Okay, most of the questions I have responded. Okay, tak sempat isi kajian. Okay, nanti dia will put it there. Okay, now it's 11. City Record Industry honorarium. Okay, about the honorarium, maybe you have to go back to the faculty. Okay, so slides, yes, you can have the slides. I will share this with the organizer, okay, via WhatsApp. Okay, maybe my team member can forward the slide to okay, yeah, you will get this, yeah. Can put a link to the slide ke apa ke dalam ni, and Puan Lina will actually compile the share this with you. Okay, so if you don't have any other question, that's it from me and the team. So that's it, I'm done. Okay, Assalamualaikum and good luck. Okay, so consider this, yeah, as one of your approach next semester. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam. Terima kasih Dr. Anealka. Jadi sekarang kita akan kongsikan link kehadiran di ruangan chat dan hanya akan dibuka selama 10 minit untuk slot yang kedua ini. Untuk slot seterusnya akan bermula pada jam 12.30 hari hingga 1 petang. Jadi kita akan berehat seketika dan akan berjumpa pada jam 12.30 hari.
Okay, sementara menunggu dan berehat seketika, I hope that every one of you can go to our social media, CIDL Twitter, CIDL Instagram, CIDL YouTube. Actually, we can update you. Kita akan update any kind of information regarding innovative teaching delivery. So hopefully kalau you join or follow that social media, so kita akan notify. Unmute, Dr. Airil.
Dr. Airil.
Hello, testing 1 2 3. Kenapa saya tak dengar suara saya sendiri?
Okey, dah dengar.
Okey.
Selalu dengar.
Okey, Assalamualaikum
Okey, now.
warahmatullahi wabarakatuh dan
Suara saya ada?
ada? Saya dengar. Okey, doktor?
Assalamualaikum. If you can hear me, I don't know why I cannot hear my. Aduh, apa jadi ni, Airil?
We can hear you, Dr. Airil.
Oh, you can hear me. Tak apalah. Saya jalan terus. Kalau macam itu. Okay. Okay. Saya tak dapat attendance link. Okay. Can hear. Thank you so much. Alright. So, let me begin. Boleh dengar eh? It's very strange this morning sebab saya tak dapat dengar saya bercakap. Jadi kalau tiba-tiba oh, dah boleh dengar eh? Alright, thank you. Saya tak boleh dengar saya bercakap. Ya. Okey, kita mulakan. Saya mulakan dengan salutation lah ya. Okey. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah rabbil alamin wassalatu wassalamu ala asyrafil anbiya wa mursalin wa ala alihi washabihi ajmain. Sahli wasili ala misali yafqahu qawli rabbi ini. Sini ilman warzuqni fahman. Ya Allah ya Tuhan kami. Fahman. Ya Allah ya Rahman ya Rahim Tuhan kami. Maha Pengasih hidupkan kami mati. Ya Allah. Zat lain karil fakir ya Allah ya Tuhan kami, sungguhnya kami ini akan segala pemberian minta amat fakir ya Allah ya Rahman ya Rahim. Segala tekanlah wahai Mohamad segala benar. Jalan yang benar ikutilah aku maka ikut kamu kesungguhan Allah itu Maha Pengasih Maha Pengasih. Ladies and gentlemen, hello. Assalamualaikum, salam hormat. Thank you so much for joining me this morning. Boleh dengar, terima kasih. Nama saya mulakan minta maaf salutation tadi dan dalam keadaan yang sangat pelik di mana saya tak dapat first time saya tak dengar diri saya sendiri, tapi selamat datang ke dunia IR40 lah ya. Memang macam inilah keadaannya. Saya perkenalkan diri saya, nama saya mulakan dengan formulaannya, memperkenalkan diri. Assalamualaikum, salam hormat, salam takzim. Hello ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our presentation this afternoon. We will talk about CG360, but before that let me just ada mukadimah dia dulu. Mukadimah dia sebenarnya pagi ini nak buat banyak benda tengah hari ini. I wanted to show you how to use an AI camera. This is an AI camera to do videos. Yeah, this is an AI camera tapi tiba-tiba set up dia hang. Jadi begitulah. Welcome to the world of technology. This happens all the time. Okay, nama saya Airil. Saya dengan APB. Nama Airil, orang panggil Teach. Isteri panggil, dia panggil macam ni, dia panggil, "Ai, kenapa tidur lagi? Kata nak present hari ni, nanti kan terlambat. Cepat pergi kerja." Itu isteri saya panggil. Jadi nasib baik dia remind. We are actually in the midst of doing quite a number of work for APB kerana kami pun dalam usaha untuk menjalankan team CIDL kami, tapi untuk bahasa. Tapi bukanlah center unit. Jadi kami pun cuba nak belajar daripada CIDL. Pertama-tamanya saya berterima kasih kepada Dr. Zainuddin memberi kepercayaan kepada saya untuk lead team CG360 ini. Tetapi saya prefer lagi untuk panggil team ini VBL, Video Based Learning, and you will understand that in a while. Apa dia video based learning itu. Dan there's another thing also. Saya ingin berterima kasih sangat-sangat kepada yang berbahagia Prof TNCAA atas kepercayaan yang diberi dan kepada VC kita kerana ada visi dan misi membawa kita ke arah teknologi penyampaian masa depan. Okey. Saya sendiri orang yang ada juga pengalaman sikit-sikit lah dengan broadcasting. Dulu pernah belajar, tapi itulah dalam presentation hari ini saya harap saudara-saudari tuan-puan yang terpelajar, academicians yang saya muliakan, learned scholars, everyone, that you have to go back to the drawing board. You have to learn a little bit more if you want to do video-based learning. And as always, things that can go wrong will go wrong, as in my case in point. Then you have to learn. You have to learn. I learn from some of the best in the business. I learn from saya bersama dulu dengan Kak Irma, Puan Irma Fatimah, belajar dengan dia dalam tim Rumah Karya Citra. If you've seen TV Al Hijrah, Reflections itu first 2 seasons itu adalah bersama kami. We develop, actually I help develop the concept. Sekarang bersama Ustaz Web daripada Amerika. And then work also with the team for radio also dengan team di 987 FM RIA Mediacorp Singapura. Ya, jadi kita bersama-sama daripada situlah pengalaman kita belajar untuk kita faham bagaimana untuk membuat VBL yang okey. Itu dia. Dan topik dia memang agak berat, tapi kita takkan beratkan. So my slides will be in English. It's not even slides. It's just the things that you see, the ticker under my name, under my nose. There will be no formal slides. Nanti kita akan buat program latihan bersama tim saya. Ya, okey. Dia tak ada slides. Dia tak ada slide. Dia nampak gambar. Ada nampak tak gambar? Lepas tu ada, saya tak boleh view presenter dan slide. Okey. Sekejap ya. Tak nampak Okey, nampak tak? Okey, ada tak?
Nampak tu? Nampak.
Ada siapa yang boleh nampak? Tak boleh nampak Oh, okey. Gambar ada. Ada nampak tak yang benda yang bawah nama saya dengan apa nama tu? Yang title apa semua tu? Tak ada Oh, nampak. Okey, bukan muka. Muka tu bukan. Muka jangan tengok. Kita yang dekat bawah ni. Yang UiTM, CIDL tu ada Ada. Oh, okey. Tadi mungkin kena refresh kot. Okey. Terima kasih. Minta maaf kita kembali ke studio. Biasalah ya, siaran dia tergendala sebentar, biasa ni teknologi digital. Okey, dia tak ada slide. Dia ada hanya ticker di bawah. Okey, alright. Jadi gitulah daripada radio ke TV dan lain-lain. Jadi kita belajar pengalaman dia banyak sangat. Pernah kena tengking Puan Imam Fatimah tu garang bapak saya dulu dengan Lisa Surihani pernah kena tengking dengan dia sebab dia kata, "Ai, suara tak betul, repeat balik." And we have to repeat one take kadang-kadang sampai 20 kali, 23 kali tu sambil-sambil gelak ketawa. But that's how you do it. And that's how you want to take care of production value. And that is a key in video-based learning, in VBL. But never mind. We will go from the very beginning. So the very beginning starts here. And where does it start? Dia kena ada music sikit. Jadi saya terpaksa old school Saya pergi old school sikit. Nak kena cari dia. Mana music dia tadi ni? Ni dia. Okay. Yeah, dia keluar iklan pula. Okay. Sikit. So your mission, ladies and gentlemen, should you choose to accept it, itu dah misi kita. Misi kita adalah untuk navigate the future, navigate the future. Ini dokumen ini bukan dokumen yang saya tulis, ini dokumen yang ditulis oleh pihak BHEA dan tim CIDL yang sebelum saya. Saya ini orang yang seterusnya masuk ke tim ini. Terima kasih sekali lagi atas kepercayaan yang beri. So what is our mission? Our mission is to conquer emerging technologies. Ini emerging technologies ni kita ni sebenarnya akan duduk di sebelah kiri. Sebentar tadi pakar-pakar, kita ada Dr. Anealka, sahabat saya, dan pakar-pakar sebelum ini, tim fellow lain ini, mereka melihat kepada penyampaian, teknologi penyampaian. PM Syamsul tadi melihat kepada assessment dan lain-lain. Kita ini lebih kepada penyampaian. So we need to look at the tools. That's what our duty will be. Looking at the tools. Melihat kepada peralatannya. Dan peralatannya ini tidak lain tidak bukan video. Video lah peralatannya. Okay. So kita tahu teknologi is nothing. Ini kita tengok teknologi kita ada smart classroom apa semua lain-lain Dan ini, what is our mission? Our mission is to push boundaries of tertiary TNL. Where is the boundary? The boundary is up to you. You will also know after this that the boundary itu dia akan ada juga implikasi keuangan dia. Dia dah. Macam-macam cakap ni, duit ni macam mana ni? Okay, tak apa. Nanti belakang kira PM tepi. Okay. So your mission is to push the boundaries of tertiary TNL. We can do that with VR. But VR, the issue with VR is you need your goggles. You need to tether the goggle to a powerful computer. You can use AR, but of course AR ini mungkin dalam keadaan bukan classroom dia mungkin susah. Tapi saya tak tahu, saya tak berapa pandai sangat. Cuma nak bagi tahulah kita ada AR, VR dan lain-lain ya. So this is the most important thing that we need to do. So our mission, your mission, my mission is to make learning meaningful. Meaningful learning ini yang susah. Ya, meaningful learning ini yang susah. Sebab kita tetapi dalam keadaan pandemic global, change the WebEx layout to stage. Oh, that's not for me. Okay, alright. Dalam keadaan pandemic global ini, what has happened is things that we never expected to happen, which is everyone went online. I love online learning. Saya amat suka online learning dan pelajar-pelajar saya memang menyumpah-nyumpah sebab saya suka online learning kerana mereka tahu pembelajaran atas talian ini sebenarnya lebih susah. Dia ada skill dia yang kita kena kuasai, dan antara benda-benda yang paling lawak sekali student kita student UiTM kita, mereka suka sangat membuat lawak. Ya, orang lain pergi ke universiti untuk belajar. Right? Orang lain pergi universiti untuk belajar, aku masuk ke universiti, aku kena belajar buat video, dia kata. Dia siapa yang rajin tengok dalam Twitter, itulah antara lawak-lawak pelajar kita. Dan kita melihat itu sebagai satu lawak yang sangat-sangat relevan untuk kita juga. Now, we make our students do videos. Kalau kami tim ELC, EWC, tim bahasa ni suka sangatlah suruh student buat video presentation dan lain-lain. Maka kita sekarang ni terpaksa pula belajar buat video presentation yang okey, yang lebih daripada memegang satu kamera phone depan muka, lepas tu buat selfie video. We need to up our game. So to make learning meaningful, the game has to be to the highest level. Okay. So find ways to make things work, to make things work. Jadi kita banyak challenge lah ini banyaklah challenge outdated skill lah. Lack of pedagogical skills, lack of skills to teach a special need student pula tak ada selalunya soalan nombor 1 tu, line clear ke tak? Line clear ke tak? Ada ke line? Tak ada line ke? Jadi itu soalan yang sangat-sangat relevan Sekarang ni kita tahu nak buat test pun, nak buat exam pun kena ada line. Tak ada line macam mana? Itu susah. So how about komplain yang kita dengar tu daripada sudut infrastrukturnya, selain daripada line tak clear, kalau dah tiba-tiba ada line, makan sangat ni, banyak sangat makan gigabyte. Baru je video call sekejap dah habis, baru je Gmeet sekejap dah habis. Jadi ini adalah isu-isu. Tetapi saya bagi satu perumpamaan lah So anytime, anywhere learning is the future, and this is it. This is where we are now, and this is where VBL comes in. Okay. Think of the ideal situation. Saya mohon saudara-saudari, tuan-puan, academics, learned scholars, my friends, my good friends from UiTM. Kita bayangkan, jangan bayangkan keadaan yang paling negatif, kita bayangkan pada hari ini keadaan yang paling ideal. Saya suka pakai cerita ni sebelum Henry Ford dia banyak buat kereta apa semua, time tu tak ada lagi highway. Tak ada lagi lebuh raya utara selatan, tak ada tak ada lekas, tak ada laksa pun tak ada lagi, tapi dia buat dulu kereta. Bila dah ada kereta, maka infrastruktur yang lain pun terbina. So that is the way that we have to look to the future when it comes to video-based learning and any kind of delivery instruction yang future onward looking ini, emerging technologies ini, you have to prepare to have that kind of mindset. That is the takeaway for this first part. So anytime, anywhere learning, because the future is now. Okay, right. Jadi itu tadi dokumen yang daripada UiTM kita lah universiti tersayang kita. Sekarang kita ke penceritaan dia tentang VBL ni, 360 degrees VBL. Seperti saya kata tadi, saya lebih menyukai konsep VBL saja daripada 360 degrees ini. Tetapi tak apa, kita cakap sikit demi sikit ya, kita faham. Sebenarnya VBL itu, video based learning itu payung dia. Payung dia ya. Payung dia di atas, dan salah satu bahagian payung itu adalah 360 ini. 360 degrees ini. Okay, so that is part of our VBL itu, 360 degree videos. Okay, kita ada juga dalam di bawah payung VBL itu, kita ada explainer videos. Siapa pernah tengok explainer videos Explainer videos ini yang video-video comel kita tengok dalam TV. Kenapa anda perlu mendapatkan suntikan COVID-19? Tahukah anda? Dia dah katanya, tahukah anda bagaimana caranya untuk memutuskan rantaian virus COVID-19? Kemudian ada kartun tu pun jalan-jalan comel. Dia habis dalam seminit atau dua. Right? So explainer videos is one of the emerging technologies yang kita nampak sangat-sangat meluas penggunaannya. Sangat-sangat meluas penggunaannya. Kenapa? Why? Well, because what is happening now is we find that students don't, kalau masa Pak Cik pergi sekolah dulu masa Pak Long pergi sekolah dulu, anak saudara panggil Pak Long. Masa pergi sekolah dulu, kita bawa textbook yang tebal. Dalam textbook yang tebal itu, cikgu-cikgu kita minta kita belajar daripada A sampai Z, daripada muka 1 tu sampai lah muka 987 kita kena belajar. Kemudian kita exam. Itu dulu. So the instruction comes from the textbook. Okay, so you take and then you reduce. Big, you reduce. Okay, now what is happening is we find our students, they don't reduce, but they love to expand. They expand. So in explainer videos, you give the very, very shortest of information. Benda paling asas, seminit 2. Dia tak boleh lama. Kenapa? Siapa yang ada YouTube channel, dia terror boleh tengok Cuba tengok dalam YouTube channel, look at your analytics and you will see that normally for long videos, orang akan tengok, viewers akan tengok first 1 or 2 minutes saja. Nampak kan? Siapa tahu itulah game dia. Siapa ada YouTube channel, dia tahu. Siapa ada YouTube channel, dia akan tahu. People will just watch the first 1-2 minutes. Of course lah, adalah yang terpaksa tengok video presentation sejam 2. Tetapi itu dah jadi lain, because part of video-based learning also is a new kind of presentation skill which is called storying. Bercerita. Storying. Siapa geng yang terror buat storying? Cuba tengok Apple. Every time Apple buat product launch, dia panggil Apple keynote. Bila dia buat keynote speech dia, memang hebat. Seperti lakonan, dia ada lawak-lawak dia. And the slides are always behind. You don't talk reading the slides, you tell a story. Background dia hitam, tak apalah, itu cerita lain. Tetapi part of video based learning itulah storying, explainer videos, 360 degree videos. We also have interactive videos di mana you have stories coming in your phone. Each video clip itu dia ada cerita dia masing-masing. So pilih kiri atau kanan. Okay, should I choose A or B? And then kita tekan B. Dan dia proceed ke B. Cerita itu, penceritaan dia, rantaian dia. Dan lain. It branches out. So you have branching videos like that. So this is all part of video-based learning. How useful is it? Well, one of the things you should understand with video is it was originally developed, video in learning, in education, it came about due to our flipped classroom movement. Itu yang membuat dia popular sebenarnya. Video ni popularnya sebab flip classroom movement itu. Tetapi flip classroom itu tidaklah bererti di mana you have a video, your students will learn. Tak. Tidak. Jadi flip classroom tu, kita bagi dia video, dia akan belajar. Tak. Dia kena ada reason. You have to push them to use the videos. You have to make the videos relevant. Itulah yang tadi kita panggil meaningful learning itu. Okay. Right. Itu nampak gambaran dia. So, video-based learning, besar itu. Ada 360, ada interactive videos, ada explainer videos, dan seterusnya. Ada banyaklah. So these are emerging technologies. Things are happening now, and we hope to see more changes happening in the future. But as it is now, many things are happening, especially in terms of reductionist learning itu. Dia reduction, Dia daripada benda yang kecil itu dibesarkan. Kecil sebesarkan. Jadi sangat-sangat comel. Itulah sebab kita tengok dalam video, dalam TV macam-macam dah. Ya. Explainer explainer video macam-macam. Dan orang akan tanya bila saya present hari itu di Help University, the first thing they ask, so do you think it's useful? Right? 60 seconds, what can you learn? Give me 60 seconds, I'll give you the world. Ya. Bagi saya 60 saat, saya bagi anda dunia. Anda bagi saya 60 minit, saya bagi anda universe. So in other words, what cannot be done? Don't ask what cannot be done itu, tapi ask what can be done. And this is how we should think about video-based learning. Apa yang kita boleh buat? That's it. We need to push the boundaries. So push the boundaries in terms of one of the things, production value. Memang production value tu kita kena jaga sangat-sangat. Right? Selfie videos ini, okay lah for a start. But at one point dia kena jadi pro. Okay, itu dia punya background ya. Nampak gambaran dia. So, saya cerita tentang apa yang kami lakukan, pengalaman kami, tim kami yang namanya FLI, FLI, Future Learning Initiatives Team. Once upon a time, in a 2 credit hour paper, ELC 650 nama dia, English for Professional Presentations. Antara skill yang harus diajar dalam masa 2 jam adalah bagaimana cara untuk anda bercakap di dalam mesyuarat. Bagaimana cara anda untuk present agenda dalam mesyuarat. Bagaimana anda bermesyuarat dengan orang lain untuk present agenda dan bertanya tentang soalan mereka dan komen dan setuju atau tak setuju, suka tak suka. Macam mana cara untuk tak setuju dengan betul, dengan profesional di dalam mesyuarat. And when I ask my students, have you been in a meeting before? Dah, pernah. Meeting apa? Meeting hostel, teach. Meeting hostel. Jawatan kuasa hostel. Meeting apa? Meeting club dan persatuan. But we need you to go to business meetings. We need to go to business meeting. I have 2 hours. I've got 30, 40 students. What can I do? My students at that time, some of them are very much studio-based students. Studio. Mereka ni yang pakar, pandai melukis, pandai ini, semua studio-based. So, that kind of thinking masuk dalam mesyuarat, present apa semua tu, dia tak dapat bayangkan. So, that was the beginning. The beginning was, how can I help them to imagine? Sebab kita ingat, just remember, when you went to school once upon a time, ladies and gentlemen, learned scholars yang saya muliakan kesemuanya. If you remember when you went back to school, when you were in school dulu, masa kita di sekolah dulu, ingat tak cikgu kita cakap apa? Cikgu kita katakan, bayangkan. Jadi dia nak membayang-bayangkan ini sebenarnya taklah mudah. Nak membayangkan itu, membayangkan ini. Because the issue with membayangkan is kadang-kadang kita tak boleh bayangkan kalau kita tak ada pengalaman itu. Right? You've never had that experience before. So how can you imagine? So this actually comes from preschool education. Right? Preschool education daripada preschool education, foundations of education itu. Macam mana nak bagi anak-anak kecil itu faham? Dia kena ada pengalaman. Dia ada kena ada pengalaman. Masalah dia, pelajar saya tidak ada pengalaman duduk dalam mesyuarat. Mesyuarat peringkat tertinggi, mesyuarat korporat. Tak ada sebab pun. Right? Lagi pula dalam keadaan pandemik ini, mereka tidak pernah, susah pula nak pergi ke praktikum, industrial attachment dan lain-lain. So how do we help? And this was in 2018, 2019. That was it. It happened before the pandemic, the world before the pandemic. Okay. So what can I teach in 2 hours? Kalau nampak yang grey sikit tu, dia tulis crying inside. I'm crying inside. Nangis. Apa benda nak ngajar? Sorry, orang Perak, orang Ipoh. Apa kena ajar ni 2 jam ni? How do I make sure that not just the very good students will benefit? Because the good students, don't worry, they can take care of themselves. I challenge them in a different way. I'm very scared for the weaker students. One, the shy students, because this course, right, kalau nak dalam mesyuarat itu, kita nak bersuara, nak bertanya, kita pun duduk dalam mesyuarat. Ada soalan? Tak ada. Ada soalan? Setuju semua? Setuju. Kita pun, yang dah pro ni pun tak berapa nak bercakap. Bayangkan para pelajar ini, pelajar yang malu. Very sorry to say, there is also a gender gap there when it comes to this kind of exercises, this kind of lessons. The girls normally yang tak ni dia akan malu, dia akan tak nak cakap. Right? Biarlah orang lain. Maka markah mereka rendah. Saya tak suka. Takkanlah yang lain semua top boleh dapat A-, boleh A. Yang ini automatically C+, B-. Jadi what can we do? So we turn to this. Yeah. Hafal lah ya. Focus on the solution, not the problem. Jadi ini, when you engage in emerging technologies, yeah, and my work is in learning, language and learning technologies, right? Focus on the solution, not the problem. Okay, ini juga sebenarnya yang kami hafal. Because when I was doing my PhD, I was also working at the University of Auckland. With the Center of Academic Development, this is what our DVC always says. Yeah, saya dulu bersama dengan mereka team language. I was taking care of languages and learning technologies. So focus on the solution, he says, not the problem. So okay. So focus on the solution, not the problem. Hello, 360-degree videos for exposure. For exposure. Hello. Hello 360. Hello 360. Hello 360. Hello, ini dia. Ini dia. Let's flip the classroom and make buka satu jalan. Ya, hidup ini harus membuka jalan untuk orang lain. Untuk pendidikan ni kita harus buka jalan untuk pelajar. Maka kita buka jalan 360 darjah ini untuk exposure. Right? Because number one, I cannot train them as much as I want. Ni kalau 40 orang satu kelas 2 jam seminggu, belum kira lagi hari tu student MC, belum lagi kira hari tu aku pula MC, lepas tu aku nak kena ganti pula kelas malam, budak tu pula tak ada datang. Dia macam-macam So open a way, a pathway with 360-degree videos for exposure. So that was what I use it for. Exposure. Help them to get exposure. What? For what? Okay. Yeah. ELC 650 itu pecahan dia ada 4. Dia ada 4 assessment. It's a very heavily assessed course. 25%, 25%, 20%, 30%. So the first 50 itu, 25 and 25 itu yang penting. I wanted them to understand, to please know what to do during the assessment. Right? The first assessment is you and your colleague or you and 2 more colleagues are talking about an office-based situation. Office-based situation, ya, satu keadaan. Contohnya, ya, the auntie who helps to clean, ya, the office, ya, had an accident. The 3 of you now need to discuss in what ways can you help this auntie other than just giving her money. So you have 12 minutes to discuss. Jadi kita bagi situasi itu. Jadi tak payah kita nak cakap ke dia imagine. Itu yang nombor 1. The second assessment is even heavier because in the second assessment you have to imagine that you are going to an actual meeting. Right? Present a project. It's project management. Dah tobat kita itu tu. Nanti tiba nak buat project management pun susah. And these are young people who have no idea. They haven't been exposed to it before. So you cannot just tell them to imagine. Kesian lah dia orang. Kesian. Serius. Ini sebab benda ini sebenarnya asal sebab kesian. Kesian tak patut nak tolong. Itulah niat dia. Dia tak ada apa-apa. Nak menang award ke, nak apa ke. Tak ada apa pun. Cuma kita fikir macam mana kita nak tolong. Sebab kita kesian. Kita kesian. Especially we know that professional communication skills, ya, kemahiran masuk dalam meeting, bercakap dalam meeting, present dalam meeting, itu semua memang kena tahu. Nanti kan dia keluar, dia dah graduate nanti. Apa dia boleh buat kalau dalam meeting dia segan, dia malu, dia tak tahu nak present. Okay, jadi hello 360-degree videos for exposure. So hello world. Mari saya perkenalkan Elsa 360 videos, English language simulations. Elsa, do you want to build a snowman? Okay, Elsa, English language simulations augmented with 360-degree videos. This video, dia tak ada sound, intentionally no sound. Tapi saya akan tunjuk. This is the higher version. Right, this is the higher level version. This was actually uploaded onto Via. Okay, Via is a platform just like YouTube, but it's free. Right, but it's free. Okay, so it's free and it's nice because what Via does is it helps you to create stories. Inilah dia. Dia panggil juga experiences. Experiences. So, how do you control these experiences? You need to, of course, have a goggle lah. So we have the tether goggle tu yang kita boleh beli di kedai ustaz yang apa? VR box. VR box orang muda ya, kanak-kanak suka sangat dulu VR box. Anak saudara saya suka sangat. main dengan VR box itu, tetapi itulah bila lama-lama orang takut pening. But this is it. You can do this, and as you can see, it's 2019. Ini kami pinjam bilik mesyuarat utama di kampus saya, kampus lama saya di Seri Iskandar, and we did the recording. So if you can see just now, you can actually choose, right? You can actually choose what you want to do. You just focus on that. You just look at that. Contohnya ya, saya nak sini, saya tengok je ke sini dalam masa 5 saat. The eye tracking moves me to that scene. If I want a different scene, then I focus on the different scene, dan seterusnya. Okay, if I want objectives of the program, saya fokus itu. Saya nak tengok objective of the program scene 2, saya tengok ke sini. Dalam masa 5 saat, ya, the story will unfold. Tak payah pakai joystick, tak payah pakai any kind of controller. Alright, jadi kita teruskan je. Jadi tengok sikit ya. Saya bagi gambaran dia sikit. Okay. Inilah dia para pelakon yang kita pilih. Mereka ini percaya atau tidak adalah PTFT, kecuali yang botak tu bukan PTFT. Ini tim muda saya, sebab dia kalau teknologi ni selalunya orang muda, tapi tak semestinya muda. Yang penting nak kena belajar. Okay, so you can see dalam keadaan ini adalah satu mesyuarat lah konon-kononnya. So what we did was very simply just to take previous semester's question. Previous semester's question kami baca dan kemudian kami buat latihan sendiri. Jadi inilah simulasi dia. Kita boleh bayangkan kalau student terpaksa hadapi ujian ini ataupun assessment ini, macam inilah rupa mereka. Okay. Right. Jadi semua pula akan ambil peranan masing-masing. Semua ada peranan masing-masing. Contohnya di sebelah sini yang girl ini nama dia Nadia, belah tu namanya Anwar. Mereka ini neutral, tim neutral. Apa saja saya cakap, mereka akan bagi komen lah secara positif dan negatif at the same time. Okay. Sebelah saya pula ada lagi seorang. Ini penyokong saya. Penyokong saya nama dia Arifuddin. Ni Arifuddin. Arifuddin, ya, apa benda je saya cakap dia sokong. Jadi saya memang sukalah. Dia ni memang kaki bodek bos. Memang saya suka. Alright. And if you can see in that file, ya, dalam file saya itu, itulah dia soalan semester sebelum itu. Okay. Ini pula yang sebelah kiri saya ni, yang annoying gila ni, Cik Khairul. Cik Khairul is the team leader by the way. Cik Khairul ini, dalam ini personality dia adalah semua benda yang saya present, semua benda dia tak setuju. Semua benda dia tak setuju. Now, what is the benefit of all this? Yeah, what is the benefit of all this? The benefit of 360 here is very clear. In a meeting, you need to understand the whole situation. Ataupun skill dia, ya, orang bisnes pandai lah ni ya. Saya tak berapa pandai bisnes. Okay, kalau orang bisnes dia tahu, ini dia kata kemahiran read the room. Reading the room. You need to read the room kan. Read the room means you need to see the whole room. You need to see the whole room. You need to agree. You need to disagree. Dan seterusnya. Okay, ini satu contoh lah. Minta maaf lah, kualiti dia tak berapa on. Ya, gambar dia tak berapa cantik. Tak pandai pakai lighting. Tengok tu macam dekat luar tu macam apa ya. Ya, macam di kayangan. Saya tak pandai buat white balance dan lain-lain. But the point is, this later on became one of the things that helped my students to learn in this pandemic situation. Right? Last year, it was so helpful for them to look at this because one, we were not in class. Kita tak boleh masuk kelas. Tetapi benda-benda macam inilah yang membantu. Ya, pelakon-pelakonnya semi-pro. Okay. Ada isu satu. Isu yang paling serius sekali. Saya kena cakap elok-elok. 360 degree videos itu, the video camera itself is so small. Sekejap saya tunjuk. Okay. It's so small and cute. Right? It looks like that. Okay, this is Insta360X. Ini yang antara 1X, ini antara yang paling awal. Dia kecil je. Okay. Gambar dia memang lawa. Kenapa dia 360? Kita tengok situ ya. Dia ada sini, dia ada 180 sini, dia ada 180 situ. When you render it, it's called stitching. You stitch the video together. Okay. The video itself, the camera itself, the quality is powerful. You can go up to 4K. Yang sekarang saya dengar 8K pun boleh. Okay. Tapi isu dia itulah. When you upload, when you upload, can you actually watch in 4K? Can you actually watch in 8K? But the point here is, if you have this, you also need to have very good microphone. Itulah dia. Student-student saya, isu dia itu. Dia complain, dia kata gambar semua cantik, semua dia faham situasi, dia boleh tengok, dia can read the room keliling, dia tengok, dia boleh tengok. Okay. Dia boleh bayangkan seolah-olah dia di dalam mesyuarat itu. But the issue was very much related to audio quality. So when you go into 360, I need to remind you, focus also on getting good stereo microphone. Yeah, stereo microphone. Okay, so that's the story. Tak apa, ini yang versi yang online dia, penceritaan dia VR konsep lah ya. So kita ada restart di situ. So you can use a goggle. Tapi cerita goggle ini adalah masalah juga lah. Satu, nak pakai goggle itu tak semua orang suka. The girls in my class, mereka tak suka sebab rosak tudung. Cukup marah. Habis rosak tudung. Ya, cukup marah bila suka tudung. Rosak tudung dia rosak. Jadi memang dia tak suka. Jadi memang tobat dia tak pakai goggle. So forget it lah. So what we did was, at the end of the day, nampak ya tadi dia ada 5 episod. Right? Kita ada 5 episod atau 5 segmen. 4 segmen ni? 4, sorry. So ada scene 1, scene 2, scene 3, scene 4, scene 5 ini. Apa yang saya buat ialah saya pecahkan juga video yang sama, upload ke YouTube. Jadi dia adalah versi VR murah. Versi pakcik-pakcik ya, murah punya, ya, versi pasar malam. Guna ke orang gelak? Apa guna dia? Ada guna, ya. Still use, ya, still useful lah, ya, still useful because one, the bandwidth used for YouTube is low, right? And then in terms of exposure, dia boleh belajar konsep dia macam kita kata tadi, anytime anywhere. Anytime anywhere. Jadi masa tahun 2019 pra COVID itu ya, the world before COVID, I cannot remember the world before COVID. I hope you can, right? So my students, especially the weaker ones, the girls, especially what they told me, ini laporan sendirilah, kalau saya tipu tu mereka pun tipu lah, right? Dia duduk dalam hostel ya, sehari 2, 3, 4 hari sebelum the actual assessment, mereka duduk atas katil tu, duduk dalam hostel tu, atas katil tu menengok. Lepas tu besok pagi jangan takut lah, bila dia masuk kelas, dia akan mesej lah, mereka akan komplain lah kan. Habis, saya 2 gig habis, saya tengok. Saya tanya berapa jam, you ulang. Oh, tak tahu kan, 2 jam. Saya gelak. Kenapa sampai 2 jam? Yalah nak kena faham. Tapi saya dah faham dah, saya dah nampak dah. Right? Well, that is also a thing. Another question that I've been asked before was orang tanya, kalau macam tu adakah maksud 360 ni it's just aping. Aping maksudnya dia hanya copy, dia hanya meniru saja. Right? Dia hanya tiru saja. Macam mana you cakap tu dia tiru. Tak. Tidak. Dalam mesyuarat macam mana? Banyak mana pun dia nak tiru. Tetapi mereka berjaya tiru. Contohnya, please, hello, confidence. Excuse me, I don't agree with your point. Saya sendiri bila tengok presentation mereka, the actual assessment dia dalam kelas. Assessment itu sendiri setengah jam ya, bayangan ya. Dia 2 kali ganda daripada Mohd. Itu buat susah. Mereka berjaya walaupun yang weaker students. Okay, how about the better students? Better students, dia ada 360, dia tak ada 360, dia tak ada isu. Dia tengok sekali, dia dah faham dah. They watch it for the format. Jadi contohnya macam kita kan, kita ada EET apa semua kan. Dengan izin Tuhan, insyaAllah kita akan APB pun nanti kita gerakkan, kita akan buat video macam ni supaya orang faham. Ya, pelajar kita faham apa sebenarnya yang diperlukan dalam situasi ET tu. Ataupun dalam Mohd pula, nanti kita buatlah. Latihan Mohd dan lain-lain. The possibilities are endless. Ya? Saya cerita juga sebelum ya pra-COVID ini, saya bersama tim di UT, Universitas Terbuka Indonesia, di Fakultas Keguruan ya dan Ilmu Pendidikan bersama dengan Bapak Profesor Udan ya, dekan di sana. Apa yang kita lakukan, udah cakap Melayu. Okey, apa yang kita buat ialah ya, we did Bapak Udan ini, Prof ini adalah seorang chemist. He's a chemist. Dia ada isu di mana dia nak kena belajar. UT ni Open University lah, macam UUM kita. They had an issue whereby how does he give the picture, satu gambaran dalam lab. Macam ini, campur bahan itu, campur bahan ni. So we come up with this. We use 360 videos, right? To come up with the concept of dry lab. Dia panggil dry lab. Lab yang kering. Lab yang kering yang virtual. Yang kering yang virtual. Satu gambaran lah. Eksperimentasi hari ini adalah tentang dan sekian dan sekian. So, endless. The possibilities are endless. Jadi dalam sains pun boleh dan lain-lain. Terserahlah. Of course, bukan semua boleh. Ya, bukan semua boleh. Ada benda yang lebih relevan menggunakan light board. LIGHT, ya, light board. Ya. Light board itu mungkin untuk mathematics. Menggunakan pengajaran light board, kita menulis. Depan kita yang baca cerita CSI itu kan, light board. Right? Tetapi untuk 360 ni, di mana soalannya lah apa yang kita nak student bayangkan tetapi susah mereka nak bayangkan. Itulah dia. Kalau anda ada persoalan seperti itu dan konten anda itu, ya, subjek yang anda ajar itu ada konten itu, maka apa kata cuba 360 darjah. Kerana dunia ni bukan flat. Ya, dunia itu bukan flat. Ya, kita bukan anti vaksin, kita percaya dunia ini 360 darjah. Ya. Okey. So, dia ada 3 level. Ya, kembali kepada kisah ELC kita tadi, ya, ELC situ. Jadi ada elephant, ada lion, ada cat, ELC. The first target is always immersion, exposure. Exposure time, and this is what I found out. In terms of exposure time, it really helps. Give them exposure time. What it does is, right, what it does is 360-degree videos can give them exposure time. They can get the exposure they need. Again, the clips cannot be long. Don't give them a 30-minute meeting. Of course, you break that up. You break it down, right? 5 minutes ke, 6 minutes ke into certain segments. Okay. Kemudian daripada situ barulah kita boleh tengok. Kemajuan yang ditunjukkan oleh para penajar kita. Okay. So exposure. Next will be the word immersion. Inilah immerse. When you immerse them, you can go for storytelling. Itu VR storytelling. Itulah apalah sangat VR. Ingat VR tu semua kena pakai yang robot-robot game tembak-tembak ke tak? Experience of going there. Net Geo is using 360-degree videos to bring you on a safari to Africa, to bring you into the sea, right? To go deep diving, to go on archaeological digs. This is it. Alright? VR, right? Okay, minta maaf, geng VR. Termasuk lah, it's not, you can extend 360 degrees to VR, no problem. But 360-degree videos alone in itself is okay already. Macam saya katalah, versi pasar malam. VR versi pasar malam, boleh upload pada YouTube. Terserah pada bandwidth student. Dia nak high quality boleh, dia nak 720p boleh. We can actually upload to 8K by the way. Tapi tobat, kita tak ada research line, kita tak ada T line, we cannot access that. Alright? And then interaction. Third level, can you interact with that? Ada. Kalau tengok video saja cukup je ke? Kita tahu ke dia cukup? Wow, dalam YouTube sendiri pun boleh. Bila ada tu kan suruhlah dia komen. Buatlah soalan. After watching these videos. If you are Mr. Khairul, would you disagree with me? How would you disagree with me? Okay, masa kita present tu pun kita bagilah poin-poin yang controversial ke, yang akan membuat persoalan ke. You can do it better. You're the expert, not me. Okay, right. So 3 levels, but in terms of exposure, di situ memang 360 degrees itu amat membantu. Alright, so the evolution of DLO, digital learning objects was this. So we are now in the orange area. This is the theory lah, ya. Area. So interactive and immersive. This is from our research also lah, coming from this 360 minute. Inilah dia macam saya kata tadi. 360 degree look around. Inilah kamera yang saya belikan itu. Terima kasih kepada gaji yang diberikan oleh kerajaan Malaysia. Dapatlah kumpul berapa bulan? 8 bulan ke 6 bulan aku kumpul duit, dapatlah beli. Beli sendirilah. Biasalah gitu. So Insta 360 1X. There you go. 360 degrees video. Now, you need to learn it a little bit because it's a bit strange in the beginning, but it can be controlled from your gadget, from your tablet, from your iPhone very easily, right? But it is an investment that you need to make. Now, compared to VR, AR, yeah. So you have AR, you need a phone. You need a phone. It's like AR, but you access it in a different way, right? You access it in the different way. AR overlays the world in front of your face. VR takes you into the story. Macam itulah gambaran dia. And of course, jangan kita lupakan sahabat kita VR. Ini yang the highest level lah. Dia masalahnya itulah nak kena pakai benda tu. And some people get motion sickness, right? Because it's so close to your eyes, the angle tu dia ada tu. Dia ada isu-isu dia juga. And of course, you need that. You need that. That thing is not very cheap. But in terms of, let's say you want to do proof of concept, you want to develop your 360 videos as a story, maka dinasihatkan kalau boleh dapatkan for proof of concept. You need that proof of concept work. You need that. Oculus Quest is about 2,000 now. Oculus Quest 2. Mana dapat duit? Tak tahu. Tapi tak apa, itu nak cerita ya. Okay, teruskan. So what are the benefits? Macam saya kata tadi, it helps especially weaker students get more exposure. Definitely. I'm not lying. That's why I'm happy sharing with you 360 degree, the story of 360 degree video. So happy. It helps, especially the weaker ones. Ya? Yang tak cukup time. Yalah kelas kita pun ramai. Ya? Dan kita pula kuliah. Kita tak boleh lah nak tutor one by one. So it gives them the exposure they need. Right? To understand the key skills. Key skills of being in a meeting. Being in a meeting is not easy, man. Come on. It's not easy. Right? Kita pun dalam mesyuarat kadang-kadang diam. Kita tak tahu nak cakap apa. Apatah lagi anak-anak muda ini yang perlu kemahiran itu. Yang mereka perlukan kemahiran itu. So it gives them the exposure that they need. Number one, it helps especially the weaker student. So happy to report. So happy. Sangat bersyukur. Syukur pada Allah. Serius. Syukur. Sangat bersyukur. It helps. Saya cakap tu sebab dia membantu pelajar yang lemah. Yang selama ni saya ingat lemah. Dia tak lemah. Cuma dia tak cukup exposure time. Dia tak cukup exposure time. Dalam kelas pun mestilah ada geng yang mulut banyak, yang pandai, yang cakap banyak apa semua. Dia ni pula jenis cakap sikit-sikit tergagap. Cakap putih kan. Tapi dengan adanya ini, ya, pelajar ini, mereka boleh, dia ada exposure time tu dah sampai 2 jam. Tak tahu apa benda dia tengok. Dia gelak, tapi dia belajar. Dia tahu kemahiran, dia tahu nak cakap macam mana. Dia tahu kalau orang sana macam itu cakap macam ini, orang ini cakap macam ini, macam mana dia nak jawab balik, dia dah tahu. Dia dah ready. Keyakinan itu datang daripada exposure. Okay, ya. Yeah? Right. So 300 degree, 360 degree VBL ini, ya. Right? Kita ni adalah the poor developer punya tu lah yang poor. Ya. Poor tu bukanlah poor miskin. Poor. Versi ni lah versi murahan. Ya. Versi murahan. Bukanlah kita ni murahan. Tidak. Tetapi teknologi ni taklah nak berapa murah. Tapi taklah semahal VR. Tak semahal VR. Tak sesusah VR. Ya. Sebab itu kelak kena belajar Unity dan lain-lain. Programming lain-lain. Ini pun tetap juga kena belajar. Adalah skill dia. But the learning curve is not so steep. Upload lah semua ke YouTube. Tak nak ke via tak apa, tapi ada space dia boleh. Ya boleh, kita boleh bincang dan saya diberitahu ya Cidl kita amat happy ya, BHEA kita tak lama lagi kita ada unlimited unlimited server space. Cayalah kita upload lah ke UiTM punya server space, kita buat cerita. Buat cerita, dia belajar melalui penceritaan. So the poor developers tu lah ya, the poor. Tapi saya bangga menjadi seorang content developer yang miskin. Bangga. Alright. Okay, dan akhir sekali kita bercakap tentang inilah ya, selamat datang ke anda bersama saya Airil dan tim kami ini tim CG 360, tapi anda hanya melihat wajah saya dulu sebabnya lagi 5 orang team member saya ni nanti kita akan perkenalkan kepada dunia. Mereka ini bukan muda sangat pun, tak tua sangat pun, tapi semua yang nak belajar dan sama-sama dengan kita membantu. Ada team member daripada FSSR kerana rendering, ya, nak overlay sound itu pun kita kena ada pakar. Ada team of course daripada APB sahabat saya, ya, dan semua sekali lah. Ya, kita nak dapat satu gambaran. Ada insyaAllah ada yang bukan di Shah Alam tetapi di import lah daripada seberang lautan. Seberang lautan dalam Malaysia jugalah. Dan lain-lain. So welcome to the world of 360 degrees VBL. We would like to develop 360 BBL. Teach macam mana ni? Got money, you know. You need 3 things. You need the camera. You need this. You need this. You need a mic. You need a mic. Pakailah lavalier mic. Right? Lavalier mic. And then kalau boleh, you have an external recorder. Kami guna sekali lagi versi murahan ni. Saya tunjuk. Kami pakai Zoom. Right? Zoom. But first time dulu saya pakai Sony. Sony itu MP3. Dia tak boleh. Dia kena record dalam WMA. Remember ya? The format is window media audio. Kena 48 kilohertz. 24 bit. 48 kilohertz. So this is it. Kita bubuh pula lavalier mic. Kena record lah. Letaklah dalam poket. Bercakap lah. Right? Itulah dia. Jadi beli. Ini Zoom. Okay? Right, so where got the money? Where got the money? Gaji. Gaji. Ataupun nanti bincang-bincang lah ya. Semua department pun semua dah nampak dah ni. Kita Education 5.0 at UiTM. Apa kata? Every department, every team invest. Kalau department tak boleh bagi, tak apa. Maka kita share. Share. Geng-geng muda, geng-geng tak berapa nak muda, geng-geng yang nak belajar. Tak kisah siapa-siapa pun, share lah. Share. Buy the tools. Buy the tools. Originally was 2,000, but now the price has gone down. And I recommend Insta360. This brand is okay. Very user friendly. Share lah, share. Satu untuk membantu pelajar dan macam-macam nanti kita boleh buat daripada situ ya. Nak pinjam pun boleh. Si IDL ada 6 tak salah saya. Dr. Din kata ada 6 ke 8. Ya, yang
10.
kata. So what about the director of CIDL? Dia boleh contact beliau. Dan saya tahu setengah-setengah kampus pun dah ada dalam rancangan pembelian. Rencanakan untuk membeli. Rencanakan. Tak payah banyak, satu je ke 2 je. Bukan nanti kan banyak-banyak pun kawan pakai. So what about the learning curve? Is it steep? You have to learn it. You have to learn it a little bit. Stitching, you need to do stitching. Your computer needs to be a little bit okay lah ya. Tak boleh pakai. Sebab saya pernah pakai komputer lama. CIDL ada 10. Steady. GoPro Max. Thank you Dr. Zainuddin. Ada 10 Gila boleh pinjam-pinjam lah. Gila-gila ya. Okay, what about the learning curve? Is it steep? You have to learn lah. Macam biasa lah ya. Semua benda pun kena belajar. You have to learn to stitch. And then you do post-production. Post-production. Tapi nanti kita akan buat kursus. Jangan takut. Tim saya dan bersama-sama sahabat saya. Sepanjang-panjang tahun ini kita akan bercakap tentang ini. Kita akan train, kita buat training, ya, bincang-bincang macam mana nak tolong dan lain-lain. That's why we are here for in CG 360. Kami bersedia untuk membantu anda. You need the mic, you need a powerful tu janganlah, sebab saya pernah render dengan komputer saya yang desktop, dia mengambil masa saya masuk kelas tu pagi pukul 8, lepas asar, lepas tu baru dah dapat satu video. Nak stitch. So find yang tak macam itulah ya. Preferably something with a powerful graphic card also because you need to do rendering. Okay. The mic again, you need to control. It has to be external. So you need to mix lah ya. Ini dengan ini sekali. Dia kena sekali jalan. Sekali jalan. So as you ini pun record lah. Gitu. Macam itulah gambaran dia. Ya. Okay. Itu saja yang nak kena belajar. Dan macromedia lah in terms of Adobe apa semua ya. In terms of stitching. So, kami punya tagline lah ya di 360 VBL ini. Help us to help you to 360. Help us to help you. We'll do some programs after this, insyaAllah. I'm always open for new ideas, collaboration, apa nak minta tanya apa-apa. Ya, cari email saja. Tanyalah, tak ada isu semua. Tak ada. Kita sama-sama kita pun tolong kita UiTM ini adik-beradik belaka. Adik-beradik belaka. So to close, let me show you. This is from my research. Remember, this is from 2018, 2019 sampailah sekarang. So 560 respondent using 360-degree videos, I can get more practice time. Nampak ni? Strongly agree 231. Strongly disagree tak ada. Disagree ada juga lah. Tapi nampak it's very skewed towards in terms of practice time before exam, before test. Jelas. Jelas. This involve 5 research sites, four research sites, saya pun terlupa. Yeah, very clear. 360-degree video should be introduced for my other university subjects. Tu dia. Adalah disagree, adalah fairly agree. Tapi agree yang biru ni 50% half nak. Tapi tengoklah berdasarkan relevance atau tidak. I know my time is running out. Saya ada 3 minit lagi. Sedikit lagi. 360-degree videos are cool, but the problem is our internet sucks. Okay, standard lah tu. Internet tak berapa on wifi. Masa tu mereka boleh masuk kampus dan lain-lain. Wifi slow dan lain-lain. Tapi tak apalah, itulah biasa macam saya kata tadi sebelum Henry Ford buat kereta, dia ada fikir tak ada lebuh raya? Tak. Dia buat kereta dulu baru lebuh raya datang. Barulah Plus pun buat highway Laksa, lebuh raya Kemuning, Shah Alam dan lain-lain. Okay. Seterusnya, this is what our student says. So you have to understand also there will be infrastructure issues, but again, upload to YouTube lah. The bandwidth use is low. The initial bandwidth itu whatever you do is you upload to the very highest quality. If it's 6K, 6K, 8K, 8K lah. But the students can downgrade to whatever level they want and then they can watch. But again, make it meaningful. Dia bukan hanya video saja, you have to connect it to questions and answers. Yeah. Dia kena respon balik ke contohnya dan seterusnya. You have the imagination. Pastinya anda lebih pakar daripada saya dalam bidang anda. So in national news we have done this. Ini di UiTM Sri Iskandar ni 2019 ke 18 ya. Ya, inilah budak-budak saya. Ya. Belajar pun masuk kelas kena pakai tu VR box. And here we are again. Teaching English goes future forward. And one more. Yeah, Education 4.0 will unlock the imagination of students. Ada lagi lah a few reports and all that ya. Jadi untuk menutup cerita saya, from your content development, you can do innovation projects, of course. Macam-macam ni projek inovasi boleh buat. Buat write up pula, hantar news ke reporter, news media dan lain-lain. Dapat pula exposure, perkenalkan pula 300 video 360 darjah ini untuk kegunaan di peringkat lain, IPT lain contohnya. Kami bekerjasama dengan Uniza. Hari itu kita bantu tim daripada Uniza untuk develop 360 experiences mereka juga di UT, di Universitas Terbuka itu. Right? Di Help University. Kita standby saja, kami standby, saya standby. Apa yang boleh saya bantu anda? Ya, apa yang boleh saya bantu anda? Apa yang kami boleh bantu supaya anda faham dan dapat laksanakan PNP berdasarkan 360 ini ya. Dan akhir sekali jangan lupa academic paper boleh buat. Itu dia, itu research kita. Macam-macam lah dan saya amat bersyukur sangat-sangat tahun 2020 lepas memang paper yang research yang ini yang paling up lah sebab banyak semua orang melihat kepada teknologi dan lain-lain kerana pandemik global ini. Maka interactive teaching itu immersive learning ini adalah konsep yang sangat-sangat semua orang nak tahu, semua orang kejar. There you go. Habis. Habis. Sebelum saya habis, saya kembali ke laptop. Saya kembali ke laptop. Right. Nanti ada soalan. Ada soalan. Saya baca soalan. Ada chat ya. Chat tu bukan soalan ya. Okey, sekejap. Saya baca. Okey, betul. Ya, betul Prof Hajah kata ya, betul. You cannot engage students for long, betul. Because now the way we learn is different. You expand, ya, expand. Sekarang ini expand. Dulu itu reduce. Reduce. Buku teks tebal, itulah dia kan. Esok nak SPM, maka apa kita buat ialah kita boil kita boil lah. Ya, masukkan tu dalam air tu, rendam semalaman, esok minumlah air tu. Tapi sekarang tidak, kita bagi explainer videos ya. Okey. Jadi apa ni, tim orang muda tak berapa nak muda juga sebab saya ni pun pakcik, saya 45, tak berapa nak muda sangat. Okey, ada tak soalan? Students had fun. We hope so. We hope so. The comments are okay, cuma itulah sound. Nombor satu, quality sound dia. Jadi ada mereka tu dia terpaksa pegang macam ni. bunyi teruk. Dia kata bunyi teruk. Sebabnya dia kena tahulah ya benda ni adalah speaking exercise. Maka kalau sound tu teruk, apalah guna video itu. Tapi dah, never mind. We learn. Kami pun belajar, kami pun terpaksa tengok balik. Okay. Yes, TNL tidak hanya classroom, bukan hanya whiteboard. Anytime, anywhere learning itu. Itu yang mereka sangat-sangat appreciate. That they can access whatever they need for exposure anytime. Dan syukur, saya syukur, happy sangat-sangat to report that the weak students really benefited. Really benefited. Sebab bila saya cakap sensitif ni. Sebab kan. Sebab memang kita niat kita nak tolong pelajar yang lemah. Syukur. Alhamdulillah. Yang lemah itu dapat dibantu. Okay. Simpan gaji setahun juga. Bolehlah kalau simpan gaji setahun 100 setengah setahun tu bolehlah. Dia dalam 1,500, 2,000 lah kot sekarang. Okay, student lagi hebat buat video. Oh memang itu jangan kita tak tahu. Student UiTM memang hebat. Tengok video belaka mereka. So VBL memang student sangat suka dan again we bring our personality with us masa kita present pun jangan keras kita bukan buat announcement kan, kita buat saya dengan ini mengisytiharkan besok adalah bulan puasa. Tidak dia we bring it, we make it live, make it lively. Ya, kalau dalam meeting kita buat seolah-olah meeting betul. I disagree with you sir. Jadi daripada situ dapatlah pelajar mendapat gambaran. Kita exaggerate sedikit lah. Tetapi ia membantu mereka mendapat exposure yang mereka perlukan. Okay. Content developer yang miskin? Yes. Selamat datang. Nanti kita buka kelab. Okay. Insta360 sekarang 1.3. Murah lah tu. Serius. Masa saya beli ni 2 plus ni tau. Murah tau. Okay. Faculty boleh beri 1 set. Sangat setuju. Setiap jabatan kena beli 1 set. Serius. Latest action cam tu X2 tu dia boleh buka tau. Bateri dia boleh tukar dan kita boleh tukar. Dia boleh jadi 180 saja ataupun 360 sekali. It is a good investment. Seriously. So boleh pinjam CIDL juga. Right. Boleh share ke bawah ke ini. Dan jangan lupa kalau kod lah. Untuk self fund balik, selepas kita upload ke YouTube tu monetize lah. Monetize lah. Ramai student saya sekarang content creator belaka. Ada yang buat video pasal why suku lah, cara ni lah, color kasut lah, membuat tudung, ikat tudung itu. So they become content creators. So we can also develop our 360 videos itu as content, shared content, dapatlah juga. We can fund our next project. Okay. Itu je lah kot. Oh, tak ada soalan ya? Okay. Yeah, that's it. Akhir kata saya minta ampun, minta maaf. Saya minta maaf kalau ada salah dan silap. Minta maaf kalau beria. Dia memang beria. It has made a difference in the lives of my students who are very weak. Students who are very shy. Kita tahulah kalau belajar bahasa orang putih ni. Lagi pula minta maaf saya cakap minta maaf Yang girls yang malu mereka malu. Dia tak tahu. Dan bila dia cakap kawan-kawan gelak tahu tengok tu yang cikgu yang present tu kan yang dalam TV pendidikan tu baru salah sikit cakap. Oh gila. Satu Malaysia gelak kat dia. Itu dalam TV pendidikan, dalam kelas pun sama. Maka it actually makes them so down. Kita sebagai pensyarah berfikir macam mana cara untuk membantu membuka jalan. Itu tugas kita, membuka jalan. Maka 360 darjah ini sebagai sebahagian daripada inisiatif VBL ini, video based learning ini, I'm happy to report, saya amat bersyukur. Saya amat gembira, saya rendah diri sangat-sangat melaporkan it actually helps. It actually helps. It's a cheap version of VR. Tak payah pakai goggle, tak payah tobat pakai VR lama-lama. Dan ini kita happy, CIDL pun dah ada boleh pinjam. Dan saya pasti lepas ni ketua-ketua jabatan, KJ, KPP apa semua boleh lah. Kumpul-kumpul sikit dana, kita belikan untuk ini. Tapi jangan lupa it's not just that. You need also to take care of the sound. Sound itu carilah. Rode ada external untuk RM800. Rode ada a few more yang nampak okey lah. Boleh contact saya, kita boleh bincang. Tetapi CG360 juga insyaAllah dengan izin Tuhan we will do more sessions with all of you for engagement after this. Sekali lagi saya minta ampun, minta maaf kalau ada salah dan silap. Selamat datang ke dunia 360 darjah. Terima kasih pihak CIDL kerana memberi saya dan tim saya segala kepercayaan yang amat berat ini, amat tinggi ini, tapi kami terima tanggungjawab yang diberi kerana kami percaya BBL is the future and the future is now. Dengan itu, saya kembali ke studio bersama Cik Lina Khalida Rizwan daripada saya. Terima kasih Airil Haimi di bangunan Korea APB Shah Alam. Kembali ke studio CIDL. Terima kasih.
Thank you Dr. Airil. Sangat menarik perkongsian sebentar tadi. Alright, kita akan berehat sehingga jam 2 petang dan akan bersambung dengan Dr. Prasanna, CG Gamification. Jadi pihak urus setia akan kongsikan link kehadiran untuk slot Dr. Airil.
Terima kasih. Saya minta maaf sebab saya tak dapat dengar. I don't know what happened to my external sound. Terima kasih semua. Panjang umur rezeki. Kita jumpa lagi.
Thank you, Doktor.
Selepas ini kita ada juga sesi latihan dengan tim ODL. InsyaAllah. Terima kasih semua. Terima kasih. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, insyaAllah jumpa lagi sebentar lagi pukul 2 petang. Assalamualaikum. Dr. Anna ready?
Yes, ready.
Okay.
Can you hear me, Lina?
Sorry, Doktor?
Boleh dengar ke?
Boleh.
Okay. Am I starting straight or you're doing some intro?
Okay, saya buat intro. Right.
Okay.
Hold on. Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh dan salam sejahtera kepada semua. Terima kasih kerana masih bersama kami pada petang ini. Sebelum kami teruskan program pada petang ini, diminta kerjasama semua peserta pastikan mikrofon berada dalam mode mute. Dan jika terdapat sebarang soalan yang ingin diajukan kepada para penceramah, boleh menulis di ruangan chat atau unmute mikrofon anda. Tanpa melengahkan masa lagi, saya menjemput Dr. Prasanna untuk teruskan program pada hari ini. Over to you, Dr.
Yeah, very good afternoon to all. So I can see there are some more people joining in. Okay, so my name is Prasanna, or another name that usually they refer me is as Anna. Usually you see me for UFuture training or UFuture related information and webinars. And today I'm here with a different portfolio as a fellow for CG Gamification under CIDL. First of all, I would like to thank to Dr. Zainuddin and also HEA for giving us the trust and belief to take over the CG Gamification to start with some initiative for the lecturers. Okay, so this is what I will be going through. Maybe we can have an interaction session. If you have any questions, you can also unmute and ask me. Okay, I will introduce the CG members, and also I will do a little bit on the understanding of gamification. So you are here for gamification, so it's nothing to do with game design. So some of you might think gamification is related to the designing games. No. So I will give you a brief introduction what is gamification is all about in a while. And also some of the initiatives that we are carrying out and we will be doing in 2021. Okay, let me introduce our members. Okay, this is our members, me as a fellow. And if you see there, I have some young and energetic lecturers coming from campuses. Okay, I have Dr. Izwan and Nurain from UITM Muka, and Syamsul, Amalina and Hassana is from UITM Jassi. Okay, I have combination of people coming from throughout the campus, not all. Basically, we have two campuses, one from Semenanjung and another one is from the other side. And these are the people that will be working together with me as a team to move the gamification initiatives. Okay, what is gamification? So we've been hearing gamification a lot in a lot of blueprints and a lot of articles and so on. So what we see here is most of the time they talk about gamification can make difficult stuff or difficult learning to be fun to learn, motivate in students learning, and also engage the students in subject matters. So this is basically using the game elements that you see in game design, like badges, point system, leaderboard, and all that in non-game area. I repeat again, non-game area. So our initiative under CG Gamification is on how to use gamification approaches in teaching and learning, because gamification is quite huge. It can be applied in many areas. You can see in a lot of other areas, because gamification can be also applied in business. But our focus is on the learning. So how we can actually create a set of activities and also processes related to the teaching and learning, using the game elements that is there available to solve a certain subject or problem in the learning. So that is the focus of gamification when relate to our CG. So we are more focused on looking into teaching and learning delivery. Okay, before I move on, I just want to give some the differences, because some of you might be new to the terms of gamification. So what is the difference? People talk about gamification, people talk about game-based learning, people talk about game. So what is the difference? So when you look there, game is basically what you see in online or in anywhere that you see. You have you play games, you involve, you have fun, you have win or lose. Okay, you have a gameplay, a story inside that, and there will be some kind of narration that is available in game. But game-based learning, slightly different. You have learning that is involved in game. Of course, there will be a win or lose available, and gameplay is there and narrative is there. But game-based learning is focusing on learning. Gamification is totally different. You apply the elements that you have in games to basically facilitate them in the learning process. So this is more on looking into improving the learning process. So not that winning or losing in learning, this is more to improve the learning process. And of course, there will be no gameplay involved. This is more on adapting a narrative, a story-like features or narration that you have to facilitate student learning experience. So that is gamification. So if any of you doing gamification or you're doing research on gamification, you can always contact us for further assistance. So of course, we will have a set of trainings that will be coming up soon. Maybe in that trainings, you will get a better idea what is the differences between all of them. Okay. So this is actually afternoon session. Usually it's very difficult to engage all the participants. We have 337 participants. Why not we get some interaction from you all? There's simple 2 questions available there. So I really hope that all of you can involve in the set of activity. Very simple 2 questions, just have to click. So help me to click on that 2 questions, so that we can better understand what is the scenario behind gamification among 337 participants that we have today. So I will give maybe about 5 minutes. Okay, let me see how many responded. Okay, I have 68. Come on. 71. So this is what actually will happen in our class too. When we try to engage the students, of course, we will find it a bit difficult to get the participations of the students in online. So I'm also facing the same problem. I have 337 participants, 300 plus, but I have only 80 responding. So I will just wait for a while. It's good, 100. it's always good to engage like this even in our classroom learning, especially now ODL. So during the ODL, we do teach them online. So this is nothing to do with gamification. Since I'm waiting, I'm just sharing. So what you can do is you can also engage the students by asking some questions like this and getting them respond, getting them involved in the learning. This is very important because sometimes when we speak, we hardly know whether the other side student is listening or not. Sometimes I do feel that I'm talking to the monitor. So I think all of you are facing the same problem, and coming semester, and we're going to go another one more round. So all of us will be talking to monitor and also our screen. So by getting involved like this, we can see the students' participations and also the understanding on the learning that's happening through the online. Okay, so let's see. Okay, so this is, I mean, let the others to come in and also participate. So this is generally what we have now. Among the participations today, yes, most of you have been using gamification. That's very good. And we have mostly haven't used the approach yet. So bear with us, those who have used. Okay, those who have used, because we have about 52. So if can you put it in the chat, what kind of tools or what kind of approach you use? Put it in the chat. I have our group members down there to pick up the answers from there, so that the rest also able to see what are the approaches that you've been using. And for the 92 people that says that have not actually used it, so let's see what is the issues they are facing. Okay, so this is general, okay. First is lack of knowledge, and that's why we are here. We are here as a CG to give you the knowledge on gamification and how you can use it in the teaching and learning delivery. Okay, cost. Yes, of course, cost is another hurdle, as Dr. Airil was mentioning just now. His tool is more expensive compared to what we're going to do now. So what you can do is you can actually see what are the tools, how much, if can buy it through the grant or use some funding that you have to get it will be good. And unsure how to measure effectiveness, okay, we will also will be coming out some series of training on measuring that. And technical knowledge, yes, that's good. So these are the things that we want to know. What are the things? For planning, track, ensure, and assessing students' performance. So generally we have here and there, but mostly focusing on lack of knowledge on implementing and also lack of technical skills on the tools. So you are at the right place. You are at CG Gamification here, and we will be giving you all the info that is needed for you to implement gamification approach in the teaching and learning. And of course, not in this particular session, because 1 hour is not enough for us. So we will be coming back to you in coming weeks, and we will be doing series of training for the lecturers on introducing on the tools and also how you can actually use this approach for teaching and learning delivery. Okay, please put in, we will go back here. So what is the current state? So we already see what is the current state in teaching and learning. So basically, most of you say that you don't have the skills and also knowledge on to use that. So we will give you that knowledge and skill. But remember, when design gamification, it's really very important. One, you must have a proper planning. You need to plan properly on the students' need, what actually you want to do or fulfill for the students. And this can be done by having a clearer goal. So in learning, of course, we have a learning outcome. So if you have a clearer goal in what you want to achieve at the end will be good. And the target. So what is the target that is set, and also achievement the students will be doing during the gamification activity or approaches that you're going to use. So I will share you maybe what I did and also my CG member actually did, how we actually implemented. Because when we implement, we started with a very simple kind of activities that we actually use for our classroom. And of course, during pandemic, it's very limited because all of us are focusing on ODL, students having problem with the internet. Yes, we can't use much tools and so on. But I will be showing you what I did before the pandemic and also some that you can do through the online. Okay, let me show you some sample. Okay, this is one of the samples that I did. So what usually I do is my classes are always blended meaning that the lecture series or the notes usually given to the students earlier, and they will learn through the videos that is given to the students. So when they meet me in the class, our classroom is more on emphasizing or focusing back on the learning they have done previously outside the classroom. So when they come to the classroom, it will be more on activity to engage them in learning and to see how is the students learning through the engagement that happens in the class and also what they have learned outside the class. So this particular thing is what I do is I set up like stations, station 1, station 2, station 3, and I have activity for the students at each stations. And when they go to the station 1, they will do a simple activity and they will move on. So as they move on, of course, the task will be a bit harder, similar to how we design the game, level 1, level 2, level 3. As you go, it will be a bit harder and they will complete all the stations and they will come back to their own station back. So once they have completed the task, it's a very simple task, leveling. I use leveling. So as the level goes, the task increases in the challenge, which is their learning activities, increases a bit. And then once they have completed, I will ask them to do simple. Of course, students are very excited to involve. So I use Kahoot, quizzes, and other tools. But this particular class, I use Kahoot. So what I did is I test the overall learning outcome for that particular thing. So what they have learned in the class, and also what they have learned outside the class, and to see their performance and how they do it. So of course, Kahoot, they have the leaderboards and so on. So once they have completed, so to give them some kind of motivation, and what I do is I give them some tangible rewards like simple gift that I buy and I give to the students. So this is one sample that you can do. There is many. Of course, when we talk about gamification, there's a lot of element. What I'm showing you is one simple element. So when we start, we can start out with a very simple kind of activity for the students. Look into the environment, their needs, the learning outcome, and try to design accordingly so that they get involved. And at the end, they are fun. It's fun for them, and also they have some knowledge gain at the end. And I have with me today, this is, okay, of course, you will say that, okay, I'm at Shah Alam. Of course, I can do all this because I have a proper network, I have all the facilities. But how about those who are coming from outskirts? Okay, that means not in real city, but you want to do gamification in other areas where you have issues in network and so on. I have with me today Dr. Izwan. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here, Doctor.
Yes, Dr. Izwan is from UiTM Muka. I first met him in one of the IID competition. I was very impressed with his work, because he is from UiTM Muka and basically he can do the gamification approach and he can apply it to the students by in the classroom using the approach. So then that's when we started working together and the CG was formed and I invited him together with his team member to come in to join us. So he will take another 5 minutes to share. This is more on sharing. So he will share his experience, how he actually done the gamification approach in his campus, UiTM Muka. Here you go.
Hi, Doctor. Thank you for the opportunity. So I'll just try to explain as briefly as I can so as not to take up too much of your time. As requested by Dr. Prasanna, what I will be sharing just verbally is my experience with testing out and applying gamification to my students in 3 separate classes, 3 separate courses that I've been teaching while I was in UiTM Muka. So the 3 courses that I've been teaching is, number 1 is biology for pre-science, biology for pre-science, plant science, which is a diploma level course, and introduction to plant biochemistry, which is also a diploma level course, but has dubbed to be a killer subject by many of my students and my fellow lecturers. So the gamification that I employ, some of you might be surprised that the tool used for that gamification is simply relying on Excel. Because for the application of gamification, we emphasize on the utilization of the core aspects, the core concepts, and the core elements of gamification, and then we apply them to make it suitable for our students, what we want our students to achieve, what we want our students to change in their behavior. So just simply by using Excel, we use that to track and record all of our students' activities. And then it comes to the part of my part, which is as a lecturer, as an instructor, to explain to the students how exactly we gamify the courses that I've explained previously. So from my experience, students have been very engaged in my classroom, especially along the 2 behaviors that I have targeted, which are asking questions and answering questions. You'd be very surprised that in my class, it's very, how we say, very kecoh, very loud. And some of my colleagues can kind of vouch for me, whereby every single time when I ask, okay, who would like to ask a question, there'll be roaring sounds from my students. They will want to quickly pick up the opportunity because that's how they earn points for their class. And whenever I ask a question, they will also be raring to go to answer any of the questions, as that is also an opportunity for them to earn points in the classroom. And we've also designed some methods to motivate them further by allowing them to further utilize whatever points that they acquire. So this is all part of the gamification component that we have applied, and which I'm sure some of you might be aware. We will be having a talk on this as well in the future. I'm sure Dr. Prasanna will be able to explain on that further. So from my experience, the application of gamification is really nothing difficult. It's just a matter of sitting down and identifying what your student wants, what your student needs, and what the lecturer wants. And then we find a balance between the 2 and turn that into a gamification component that we can apply to any kind of classroom. So I think that's all me, Doctor, if that's okay.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Dr. Izwan. So what I'm trying to emphasize here is when we do gamification in the state of teaching and learning, we no need to depend 100% on the tools. The most important thing is the approach that we want to use. We want to use gamification approach, meaning that we want to use the game elements like the levels, the badges, the certificates, whatever we have in the game play, and you want to use the elements in your teaching and learning delivery. So it can be done by using a set of tools. And of course, the tools are very expensive for your information. And some, they have free but very limited features. But you can also do it in a traditional way by simply by Excel sheets and so on. So we can start it very slow with a very simple one, and then slowly you can progress on. Because what you see now is people have been using traditional classroom gamification, web-based applications. They have been using some tools, something like Kahoot and quizzes. But what is the focus now is people are going more advanced. So those of you who have the opportunity to explore, you can look into personalization gaming experience. So personalization meaning that how you want to personalize the students' learning by using gamification. That's also a future area that you can explore. And besides that, the virtual reality or the virtual environment for the learning also can be explored further. But these are all advanced, which we are looking, our CG is looking, we are studying on that and want to see how it will impact the student, especially the personalized learning, personalized gaming experience. When you apply into teaching and learning delivery, how it goes, we are also looking into that. Virtual reality learning, how you want to gamify the virtual reality learning environment. Also, we are looking on that. So these are the things that you can explore further. But if you're starting, I will suggest that you start with slow, you start with simple. So that is why that we have very simple tips for you. If you want to start, okay, of course, first of all, you have to listen to your students, because not all the students able to participate. I can do a virtual reality kind of gamified learning environment, but if my students can't participate, no point I'm designing the whole thing. So listen to your students. If possible, throw a short survey, ask them feedback on the needs in the learning related to this area. Communicate clearly the approach, like what the Dr. Izwan was talking about. This is very important because students are not familiar with the approach that you're going to apply. So you cannot simply throw everything to the students and they will be very lost. You have to communicate clearly the instruction, what they have to do, and what is the outcome from the instruction given. Communicate to them clearly, make it simple. Simple meaning that start with simple. Like me, I started very simple. What I showed you is I showed a very simple. You can have levels, you can have badges, you can have rewards. These are the things that you can apply in the classroom learning activities or online learning activities that you can apply, but start with simple because students might not have the experience. So you have to start with very simple, and you can use badges or any kind of things that you can find for your contacts or activities. Some prefer to give digital badges. Some prefer to give. I had experience giving the real badges. You know, the small badges I used to buy. I give to them, and they like to tag it in their bag. So I did also give that. So badges not necessarily need to be digital badges. And it can be also manual. And of course, you'll be asking where the cost is coming from. Of course, from my own pocket. Okay, this is depending on you. If you have the interest and you want to do it, the cost is not much compared to what you see on the student's face at the end of learning. They'll be very excited. It can be a very small thing that you give them, but the excitement that you see in the student's face will keep you motivated to go further and further. And next is transparency. Transparency is very important, especially if you're doing point system. So of course, you can use system, like example, Kahoot, they have the leaderboard. But if you're doing the whole learning process, then you can have a simple Excel sheet, and you can share the Excel sheet, and you can create a simple analytical board, which we will come to you sooner on how to create an analytical board by using Excel for gamification. We will come soon with the trainings to you. So you can be transparent, so students are clear and they can see the progress. And this will not demotivate, this will motivate them further when they see the leaderboard ranking. They have a healthy competition, they want to do better, so they will go on and try to improve in other learning activities. And tangible rewards is optional, but usually what I do. So I'm just giving you some tips. It can be a small thing that you give, but the badges are very cheap, 2 ringgit, 3 ringgit. Some small gifts that you can give upon completing the task by the students also can be done. So this is only a general one, but you can have more if you have anything that you want to go on. Okay, so what we are doing? Okay, we are doing 2 things here, major. We are focusing on, because some of you are doing in classroom. Now, of course, it's not practical, but once the students are back to the classroom, you would like to apply the gamification in classroom learning. We do have a set of trainings that we will be conducting, but currently we put it on hold because now it's ODL. So this is not our main interest now. So once the students are back to the campus, then we will open series of training on the gamification for classroom learning. Our focus now is basically for the gamification in online learning. So now is ODL and how you can gamify the learning online. Okay, you can do, I did before during the ODL, you can do a simple activities, you can split them into groups and ask them to do, you can use simple mind mapping tools, you can even use a Google document, a Google slide, anything that you want, you can put them in group and then you can go back and check how they're doing the activity. So these are the things that you can do online. Okay, rather than just, you know, giving 2 hours lectures, try to engage them in learning activities online, get them engaged more so that they don't sleep off. Especially I used to get classes after lunch, so it's very difficult to keep them engaged. throughout the class session. I cannot be talking. So the more I talk, I won't know if the student is sleeping or listening to me. So what I do, all my ODR classes, no teaching. I just give a summary. They will watch the video, they will come in and they will do activities. So more on activities in the online. So they don't need to be in Zoom or Google Meet. They will be there for a while for the instructions and so on, for my briefing and my emphasis. Then after that, they will be split into the group. They will be going and doing, and upon the completion of the class session, I will go and check and give them some feedback. So these are the things that you can do, and we will come up with a series of training on that. And we also create awareness, like what we do now. We try to give awareness, what is game-based learning, what is gamification, so that lecturers don't get confused between game-based learning and gamification, because there's a lot of confusion there. They think that game-based learning is gamification. No, it's not. Gamification is using the game elements and gamifying the learning environment. We are also doing some guidelines for classroom and also online learning. This is our main thing. So some guideline for the lecturers so that you can follow the guideline to implement the gamification in classroom and online learning. We do have set of trainings. We are developing a MOOC. Hopefully, it's already 50 to 60% completed, game-based learning and also gamification. So it will give you a basic knowledge on what is the difference between that. And we will be also doing some micro-credential short courses for the lecturers related to the gamification. And also research is going on. Our team also published a few papers on gamification. And I do have 3 students, master students doing gamification. And I have another 1 more students will be registering for PhD next semester, hopefully, once finalize everything, coming semester for gamification. So we are doing a lot of gamification research in this CG, and a lot of things are happening. So you can, if you're interested, you can just buzz me and we can see what we can work on. So this is what we are doing. We are doing HEA will be releasing. We will be doing a gamification week. Okay, I managed to get Microsoft to sponsor 40 seats for Minecraft for educators. So once the posters and everything ready, you will be given the link. You can register if you're interested for the Minecraft. And besides that, we also will also have some trainings related on how to design content, how to gamify your assessment, online learning. A series of training will be conducted me and also by our CG members through our experience, because we will share our experience also, because no point you're giving the tools. We will also share our experience, how we actually use the gamification tools in the classroom learning. And we have a research grant going on related to the gamification. So if you're interested to join in to write some papers, also you can buzz me, because the grant is for gamification. So if we can work together, if you have any issues, especially a lot of lecturers having issues in payment for the conference and also the journals. So we can look into it, how we can work together so that we can produce a paper together on the gamification related to their MOOCs, because I got a grant, gamification on MOOC, okay? And we have MOOC and micro-credential in the process going on, and gamification guidelines. And we are also working on gamification in virtual environment because I have 2 ladies there coming from Jasin who is good in VR, VR lecturers. So we are working together on looking into a gamified learning environment. And we will try to do some tests and see how it works, whether practical to be implemented in UITM or not. So this is basically our agenda for 2021. Okay, this is what we have. Okay, so what we offer to you through the CG, of course, we have a lot of courses and training will be coming soon to you. And if you want any templates, or if you want anything guidelines related on how to gamify, because some of you might be starting. So if you find, if you want to know what you can do, how you want to start, you can contact us, and we also will provide some guide in conducting research. This is important, because we've been doing a lot of approaches. We are using a lot of approach in teaching and learning, but it is not converted into research. Because as a lecturer, we have our KPI. Teaching alone is not sufficient. You have to produce some papers. So how you produce? Rather than, doing something else, why not you look into the approach that you have implemented? So I'm implementing a gamification approach, and how I can do some research based on the approach that I have done in the teaching and learning. So we will also guide the lecturers, especially if you're using gamification approach in your teaching and learning. What are the types of research that you can do? What are the papers you can write? So we will also try to guide you in related to that. Okay, so I think that's all. I'm not going to talk so much, because if you have any question, you can ask me. So this is me, my number, I think everybody has it, so you can have it. So you can just WhatsApp me if you have any queries or questions. I do have a site that it's moving, but I have a lot of videos that I create related on anything that lecturers ask. I quickly do a short video and I upload in YouTube, and also I put it inside. So this is usually I use for lecturers and also to the students if they want to know something, because I don't have, I mean, all of us are teaching and we have a lot of other commitments. So most of the time I won't have time to give training. So what I do is I'll tell them I will upload the video, please watch there. So these are the two sites usually I will refer. So if you want to refer for anything, so soon I will open for gamification folder. So all the info will be there. So I think that's all from me. So if you have any questions, you can ask me, because we are here today to help you. So if you have any questions, you can ask us.
Thank you, Dr. Ana. So before kita end, ada any question nak tanya Dr. Ana?
Balik-balik you feature. Yeah, yes. Yes, we are working on that. Okay, we are actually looking into that, the badges, the leaderboard and all that. Will be coming to you soon. For those of you here, our tender for your future to be in private cloud has been just awarded, just fresh from our. So we are preparing your future to be migrated to cloud, private cloud. So once we move to private cloud, all the other features will be coming in. So I promise to you, all the other features that we have in pending, a lot of you have been requesting a lot of features that we have, we couldn't implement. So we will be implementing slowly by stages, will be coming to you. Okay, that's a promise, yes. Okay, what is the advice for newbies that want to try in gamification? So usually for the newbies, I will tell them that start with a small activity. Don't gamify the whole learning first. Start with a small task. Take the task based on the learning outcome. Look into learning outcome. What are the activity that you can do for the learning outcome? And try to gamify it. So how you gamify? By having some levels. So as the student move to the levels, you can do that. Or you can do personalized gaming experience, because our students are coming from different learning style. Some of them are visual, some of them are they have different, some good in writing and so on. So you can have one learning, one assessment or one learning activities, but you can have, like example, one focusing on video based, another one is writing case study, similar thing to test similar learning outcome, but the way they're preparing can be different. So you can also use that. So depending, so that's why I said it's depending. You need to look into your learning outcome and look into the activities, what you can do and what you can gamify. So this is more gamification. You cannot simply apply the same approach for all the courses. You need to study and you need to look into it and then you apply. So is it suitable for all subjects? Yes. I'm teaching skill-based. Dr. Izwan was teaching biology. So you can use any subjects as long as you're able to apply the approach in. Any more questions? Did I miss anything? Is it possible to do learning via real-time strategy crash? Okay. You can do real-time, no problem, but bear in mind, not all our students have the facilities of internet, because now we lecturers also struggling with the internet. Okay, to be real, I myself had a lot of issues with internet, although I'm using a high speed, but still I can't get the whole speed to, you know, to get connected. So always drop and so on. So even student also might have the same problem. So I will suggest that if you want to start with a very what we say low bandwidth kind of application, which we will be sharing with you. Don't worry. The gamification week will be coming in to you with all the free tools and also with the lesson bandwidth where student can accessible. But if you want to try on with the real-time strategy, you can go ahead, no problem, as long as you can map it. Remember, always map it to the learning outcome, because we don't want to do some activity just saja like that. What we want is whatever we do, it needs to be mapped back to student learning outcome. So that is very important. So if you think that the real time strategy game basically can fulfill your teaching learning outcome, you can go ahead, no problem, as long as students have the connection and they're able to participate. Yeah, please join us. We will have a lot of trainings that will be going on that week. So please do join us 22 to 26. Tracking progress problem. Yes, that one, Dr. Izwan will be coming. He will give you a basic Excel tracking system because he's been working with that. And I will be also showing with you how to create a very basic tracking dashboard, analytical dashboard, which I also use it for my class. I can share the how it works and how we can create. You can track easily by using the dashboard. Why we use Excel is because all of you are using different approach. So when you have different approach, nothing is integrated for now. So if you want to gamify the whole process, you have to use one specific tool. So now what we have in hand, free, that is available, Excel. So we can start with basic. So once we are used to it, or once we feel that we can go further advanced, then we can explore other tools on track the student performance. Okay, Aisha, yes, you join us in our training because I can't show you now. We have a set of training that will be happening for online gamification. We will show you how to gamify your online class, how to gamify online assessment. We have separate training by itself, how you want to track the student by using Excel. So all this will be coming in our gamification week. So I know some of you not clear because this is only an introduction. So if you're interested, join us in our thing. If you ask me, yes, gamification approach, yes, it's an innovation because I did also send some papers on that. Gamification approach is actually an innovation because each one of you might have a different way of setting up your gamified activities for your class. So it is unique by itself, the way it is set up. So it can be a different approach that you use, a different technique that you use or method you use, also possible to be a innovation. But don't ask me whether it can be entered into your my ATP or not, because the one I think Dr. Din, if he's there, maybe he can answer on that.
Which one? The last question.
Yes, TNL.
Prasanna, let me answer.
Ah, okay, Prof. Okay.
Prof Z, okay.
I would say it is if especially if implemented in subjects that don't normally use games in the in the delivery. You know, it's just like using music to teach physics, kan? So dia akan jadi innovation. But if you use experiments to teach physics, then it's not an innovation. So gamification can become an innovation if especially when tak ramai lagi orang buat. I would say that. Saya jawab soalan ke tu?
Dah.
Yeah, second last tu Prof.
Yes, correct. And gamification week, I think the blast will be coming soon because we just give you the introduction. So the introduction of CG gamification is there. So if you are interested, you can join in. So maybe Dr. Din by this week, Dr. Din?
Yep, inshallah by this week we blast the information.
Okay, we have passed all the lineup, the activities, everything. So by this week, the links, the info will be out for you to join in. So I think that's all from me, Lina. Is there anything that I missed?
Okay, rasanya dah tak ada soalan lagi. Tak ada. Dekat YouTube pun dah tak ada soalan. Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Anna.
Okay, so thanks again to all. And if you want to do any research or if you want to do any implementation on gamification approach, please do contact us. We will help you and we will try to guide you on implementing the approach. Okay, thanks again to everyone who participated. Thanks.
Terima kasih Dr. Anna. Berakhirnya sesi Dr. Prasanna, maka tamat sudah program kita pada hari ini. Untuk makluman semua, esok masih ada lagi perkongsian daripada CG CIDL. Antaranya kita ada CG Social Media, CG Smart Classroom, CG Big Data Analytics dan CG Global Learning. Jadi jangan lupa untuk sertai program kita pada esok hari. Jadi pihak universiti akan kongsikan link kehadiran dan maklum balas untuk diisi selama 10 minit sahaja. InsyaAllah kita jumpa lagi pada esok. Assalamualaikum.
Thanks everyone.
Thank you, Anna.
Thank you, Prof.